Just before we begin, Ms. Hager, I might indicate that, as I trust all the parties have been advised, those parties seeking to cross-examine have been granted leave to do that in relation to the witnesses whom they identified. I do ask parties who have indicated the likely length of the cross-examination to stick to their estimates, save for those parties who were overly ambitious and sought an amount of time for cross-examination exceeding 15 minutes. I heard Ms. Doyle's cri de coeur yesterday. I understand the difficulty, but I really do have to confine people to 15 minutes at a maximum. Everyone here, I think, appreciates the tight time frame that the Commission is working towards. With that encouragement, I'll call on Ms. Hager.
Commissioner, I call Professor Leach of the ANU, who's sitting in the witness box already.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, please?
I do.
Would you please state your name?
Joan Leach.
And you have prepared a statement for the Commission dated 2nd June 2026.
I have.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is. I believe there is an update to the Annexure A.
Yes.
So with that update, it is correct.
I understand. I tender that statement, Commissioner, which is stat.899.007.2.0010_R. And then I'll also tender the annexures which bear the doc IDs ANU.8009.0001.0014_R for annexure A, and for annexure B, ANU.899.0001.0013_R.
Yes, well, the statement will be received as the first exhibit, and the two annexures will be separately received as exhibits. Yes.
You have been the acting Provost and Vice President of the ANU since 11 May this year.
That's correct.
And in your current role, you are the Chief Academic Officer of the ANU.
I am.
And you report directly to the current Interim Vice-Chancellor.
I do.
And before being appointed to your current role, you had been the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Education of the ANU since April 2025.
That is correct.
And from 2020 to 2024, you were the Chair of the ANU's Academic Board.
That is true, yes.
Could I come to ask you about the encampment that took place at the ANU in 2024? That was established on the 29th of April. Yes. And disbanded on about the 17th of August 2024.
That's correct.
Was it the longest running encampment in Australia to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, it was the longest running encampment.
And the encampment was initially established in what's known as the Canberra precinct.
Yes, Canberra. Yes.
And that, for those unfamiliar with the layout of the ANU's campus, that's where there are various shops and services, restaurant, university pub. Is that right?
Yes.
The student association offices are there.
Yes, they are.
The gyms, the Chifley Library, and several student study spaces.
Yes.
Is it fair to describe it as the epicentre of campus?
That's fair, yes.
And it would be rather difficult for a student or staff member to avoid the area when navigating the ANU if they wanted to visit those spaces?
Yes, that's fair.
And there are a particularly large proportion of ANU students who live on campus, is that right?
That is true.
Roughly what percentage of students do live on campus?
So it's roughly half.
Okay. And was that the case in 2024?
Yes.
Can I ask you about some of the steps that were taken by the university along the way to manage the encampment? It was styled as a Gaza solidarity encampment, correct?
Yes.
Right. And having started on the 29th of April 2024, one of the steps that was subsequently taken by the ANU was to direct 4 students to vacate the encampment on about the 16th of May, is that right?
Yes, according to the documentation, yes.
And you personally weren't involved in making that decision?
I was not, no.
And you described that as that action having been taken for the purposes of health and safety and good order. Are you able to elaborate at all on what that meant in this particular circumstance?
So, as you correctly identified, that is a very busy area of campus. And so I think for the safety of all students, there was intention to make sure that there was ability for students to come in and out of that area, and for their health and safety, yes.
And that's the reasoning that underpinned the direction in respect of the 4 students on the 16th of May?
I believe so, yes.
Right. And they refused that direction?
They did refuse that direction.
Were any steps taken to enforce that direction against those 4 students at the time?
So from the documentation I see, there was no direct attempt to remove them. I do understand that there were a series of conversations that happened between the then DVC academic and the students in the encampment to try to understand what their purpose was, what they wanted out of the encampment, and to try to encourage them to leave.
Then later on the 27th of May 2024, what you described as a safety notice order was issued, requiring the area to be vacated. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was on the basis of the encampment encroaching into the evacuation routes for the surrounding buildings?
Yes. So there was a emergency alarm that was triggered, and it was found through the procedure of people evacuating that the encampment could slow up evacuation and cause confusion. And so it was felt that that was an intolerable health and safety risk, and so that issue was noted. That they were given that notice.
And so that was a direction for the entire encampment to vacate that area?
Yes.
And the students in the encampment initially refused to comply with that direction?
Initially, yes.
And so later that day, the AFP issued a move-on notice?
Yes.
And the students ultimately complied with that notice across the period 27th to 28th May. Is that right?
Yes.
And so then the encampment moved to another location between University Avenue and Ellery Crescent.
That's right.
And was that near the main entrance to the campus as you come from the adjacent city centre?
So not quite at the main entrance, but I would say it's probably 300 to 400 meters in.
So still a very central location,
Yes.
you'd agree? And visible to many as they came in and out of the campus.
Yes.
All right. And even after the relocation, there continued to be a number of safety concerns, including in relation to the use of electrical equipment at the
Yes.
site.
Yes.
And you note that on 2 occasions in July 2024, ANU staff attempted to access the site to conduct safety inspections. Yes?
Yes.
And on both occasions they were denied access.
Yes.
So ultimately, on the 23rd of July, the ANU disconnected power from the site.
That is correct.
Is it fair to say that by this point the ANU had essentially lost control of central location on its campus?
So I was not present, so I could not characterize it in that way, but I think there were concerns about the risks to students and to people in the university community at that point around the encampment, especially around the use of electrical devices in a way that we could not verify.
Right. And are you just referring to the physical risks that arose?
No.
Do you also recognise that there were various other psychosocial risks that arose from that encampment?
I do.
Right. I'll come to ask you about that in a bit more detail shortly. The encampment continued till about mid-August, as you accepted earlier, and I'll come to the particular circumstances in which it ended. But can I ask, from the period April until August when it did end, were any other steps taken by ANU in respect of the encampment?
So, yes. I believe that from looking through the documentation and correspondence and looking through the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Education at that time's actions, she was quite concerned about the well-being, both physical and psychosocial, of students, and repeatedly checked in on the encampment to discuss with students what it would take for them to leave and to encourage them to do so and to look after each other and to look after others in the community. The security services at the university, we are a small university, and so the security services at the university tend to know many of the students and staff, and they were quite active in interacting with the encampment to ensure that they had kept a constant watch on what was going on, and again to encourage any students who wanted to leave or maybe were feeling peer pressure to stay on to do so.
And to your knowledge, did any of the students involved in the encampment leave as a result of those discussions?
I don't know for certain, so I wouldn't want to speculate.
I see. Can I ask you about the impact of the encampment on other staff and students, and particularly Jewish staff and students? You've prepared what you've referred to earlier as an Annexure A to your statements, in which you've set out a number of complaints received by the ANU from the period early 2023, which is the date of the statement, correct?
Yes.
And from about page 2 onwards, you see a number of complaints in which students and staff reported feeling unsafe on campus as a consequence of the encampment.
That's correct.
That?
That is correct.
And that included some feeling unsafe due to the chants that they had heard at the encampment.
Indeed.
And some of those reporting in respect of those chants considered them to be anti-Semitic. Yes. And another student reported, can we just take that down off the screen, please? Don't need it on. Thank you. Another student reported hiding their identity when they were in the vicinity of the encampment.
Yes.
Right. Did you observe Leach's evidence given on Monday?
I did.
And you referred to, you saw her giving evidence about being called a baby killer and a genocide supporter, for example. Yes?
Yes.
And do you consider that to be acceptable conduct?
I do not.
And why do you say that?
I say that because students should be able to walk through campus without that kind of what I would refer to as harassment.
Would you consider it to be an anti-Semitic comment, baby killer comment?
I would, yes.
And what about the genocide supporter comment?
I think in the context in which it was shouted as the student had mentioned earlier in her testimony, I think I would consider that anti-Semitic.
And why do you consider that comment to be anti-Semitic?
Because it was asking her, as a member of the Jewish community, to take responsibility from something for something very many miles away, and shouted at her in a harassing tone.
Did you also listen to her evidence that she felt she had to make a conscious choice about whether to display her Jewish identity on campus during that period?
I heard that.
And would you agree no student should be made to feel that way on campus?
I would agree.
And in that context, you accept that the encampment did make some students feel unsafe?
I accept that, yes.
And you'd accept it made some students feel as though they weren't able to participate fully in the life of the campus?
That was the testimony I heard.
The university engaged an external consultant to conduct a review from July 2024 in respect of the, among other things, psychosocial hazards arising from the encampment. Familiar with
Yes.
that document? And could I just bring that document up on screen, please? ANU.500.0001.0009. Were you involved in commissioning this review yourself?
I was not, no.
Did you, so it was finalised, I believe, in around October 2024. Did you read it when it was finalised? No. That wasn't part of your
That was not part of my
responsibility.
responsibilities at that time.
Yeah. But you've read it now?
I certainly have.
Yes. Could I just ask you a couple of questions about it? So this is described as a desktop review of the ANU's work health and safety risk management of an encampment, correct?
Yes.
And when it says desktop review, do you have an understanding of what the process of conducting the review involved?
I do.
And what's your understanding?
So that desktop review would typically be centered on documents and evidence readily available, and not do more additional deep dives into lived experience or any other matters.
And could we go to the next page, please? Page after that. The next page, please. Sorry, bear with me a moment. I think it's page, yes, 15. So this addresses what's called a psychosocial risk arising from the encampment, correct?
Yes.
And the description of that risk in this document was exposure of persons to visual and or audible messaging which may result in psychological harm. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says messaging may include uninvited, unwarranted and or unacceptable visual and or audible information broadcast by any form of media by participants or others to the activity.
Yes.
You see that? And the inherent risk rating in respect of this encampment and this risk was described as high.
Yes.
You see that? And the residual risk rating was also described as high in this document.
Yes.
And then you see in the box on the right, it's headed recommended risk assessment. And it addresses psychosocial hazards said to be arising from the encampment. And point 2 includes psychosocial hazards including exposure, reading and or hearing, frequency, number of times exposed, and it says in some circumstances the impact is reportedly delayed until years later. You see that?
Yes.
And it notes in the final bullet point to date 29 psychosocial issues having been reported, and there is a high likelihood that psychosocial hazards are being underreported by workers who are not aware of their reporting obligations. You see that?
I do, yes.
Did you understand this to be assessing the risks to both staff and students at the ANU?
So this risk assessment seems to be very much directed at workers. That's the terminology used here. So I see it as staff, but I think in places in the report it also makes reference to students.
And it does say that workers and others at the ANU.
Yes.
Do you understand the reference to others to be including students?
I do.
Right. And the conclusion there is that there's ongoing exposure of high-risk psychosocial hazards to workers and others at the ANU, which could lead to serious injury. You see that?
Yes.
And if we just go back to the page, please. Under point 2, there's a heading control measures, and a number of recommendations are made. You see that?
Yes.
Now, this report was received in October 2024, is that right?
Yes.
Which is obviously after the encampment had ended, correct?
Yes.
And the report was commissioned in July 2024. I think you accepted earlier.
Yes.
Given the encampment started back in April, do you know why it took until July to commission this review?
I do not know why it took so long to look at this review.
All right. And then these findings and recommendations are delivered in October, which is obviously after the encampment had ended. Did that diminish the utility of the report from ANU's perspective?
I would say, from my perspective, it does not diminish the utility of the report, as it has helped us to understand the hazards more fully and to look at control measures as we go forward to avoid any repeats of the encampment.
And have any of the control measures that were recommended been implemented by ANU?
Yes.
And how so?
So this risk assessment and a awareness that in the future a risk assessment should be done in a timely fashion after an incident of protest like this. The ANU security procedure has been developed and adopted such that there is now a procedure so security knows what to do should a protest like an encampment feature. Now, during the encampment, there were a number of directions, as you mentioned, to students and staff around complying with code of conduct and issues if they were to. And we have worked since that time to review our code of conduct, and will continue to do so in light of the outcome of this and other examinations of anti-Semitism. Targeted communication has been something that we have focused on in a rather more enduring way post-encampment.
Professor, I think that the Commonwealth introduced regulations respecting the necessity for employers to ensure the psychosocial health of employees around April of 2023.
That's right.
And what I'm raising with you is whether the commissioning of this report was undertaken, as far as you are aware, in order to comply with that requirement of Commonwealth law in relation to workplace health and safety, or whether there was an intention to obtain a report about the psychosocial risks to the student group as well, having regard to anti-Semitism. Are you able to comment on that?
I am not able to comment. I would be speculating as to the reason, though your timing does suggest, and the university was certainly aware of that new requirement upon it.
Thank you.
You've outlined a number of steps that the ANU took in respect of the encampment, and those are collected as well in paragraph 165 of your statement, and we've covered a lot of the ground in that paragraph already. I wanted to ask you about paragraph 165, subparagraph I, where you said one measure taken in respect of the encampment was the university publishing a web page entitled Student Encampment Protest FAQs on 13 August 2024. Now, given the encampment finished shortly thereafter, would you accept it's a little late to be publishing guidance of that kind?
Yes, if the purpose of that was to guide students in their behavior in the encampment, that would be very unsatisfactory. I think, however, students continue to have questions about the encampment and about their protest rights, and in that sense, I think that webpage FAQs remains helpful to students.
Can I ask why the university didn't take further action just to shut down the encampment altogether?
So, what I will say, from my knowledge of that time, is that there was great awareness about encampments around the world. And you may remember from that time there was media attention on U.S. universities and some images around students being pulled by police off campuses. I think colleagues were very aware of that, very concerned not to bring violence here to Australia, where the context was perceived to be different. That was very much on people's minds. So I do think from that moment, at that time, there was attention to how to bring the encampment to a close peacefully, without violence, and with some agreement with the students. In hindsight, that might appear naive or inadequate, but I do believe at the time there was a hope that the encampment could be brought to a peaceful end.
On your understanding, was there an awareness that there were people other than students and staff involved in the encampment during the period of the encampment?
So as I read through the documentation of that period from security and others, there was an attempt to establish who was in the encampment and make sure that we could be clear about that. However, some students did not show, for example, identification, or some members of the encampment did not show identification. So some effort was made by security to ask the leaders in the encampment to check the IDs of people there. That was a bit unsatisfying. So the security decided to have a 24-hour surveillance of the encampment so that the university had some idea of who was coming and going during that time.
Do you know, did the university at that time have the power to enforce the request for an ID, in the sense that if ID was not forthcoming, then action could be taken to issue directions?
I don't think that we did.
Right. As you've said, the encampment came to an end on the 17th of August. Can you explain how exactly that came about?
So in my review of the documentation, evidence, and media reports, I think there were three reasons why the encampment came to an end. They kind of came together. One was the mundane but important withdrawal of electricity that you pointed out, that was removed from the encampment, which made it difficult for that encampment to operate. The second issue was that at that time the ANU Council had met and reviewed its screens for investments in various investment items that the university had, and had kind of brought those screens, tightened them in relation to weapons manufacturers. And so brought our screening, I think, more in alignment with the general community demands, but also the encampment protesters also felt that it brought them a little bit closer to their demands. And then finally, there was a change in policy that made encampments not possible, really, at the university. So I think those three things came together at about the same time, and that meant the end of the encampment.
Okay, I'll ask you about that policy change in a moment. You mentioned the encampment's demands. Were those demands articulated by the encampment leaders at the outset of the encampment?
That is not clear to me. Those demands were reported in the media pretty soon, toward the beginning of the encampment, but I don't know, I don't have evidence of them being clearly articulated.
And throughout the course of the encampment, did the ANU engage in negotiations with any of the encampment leaders about the sorts of measures for transparency you've just outlined?
So I think there were a number of conversations. I don't know to characterize them as negotiations because I don't know what the nature of those conversations were.
Right. Was a deal ultimately struck with the encampment leaders in respect of these transparency requirements?
I do not know. Because I don't know if it was a negotiation, because as I reflect, at that time, the general community was concerned about the nature of our screening around our investment vehicles in relation to weapons manufacturers. So the general community was concerned. It was not just the protesters' demands. So that was happening at the same time.
And what do you mean by the general community, and how did you become aware that the general community was concerned?
So those were conversations that would have been had at meetings. For example, I know there was a discussion at the academic board about concerns. Those would have been probably voiced to the Vice-Chancellor in various communications that she would have received.
So you were a member of the academic board as at 2024 when this became?
I left the academic board at the very beginning of 2024 and was very unwell at the end of 2023. So there's a bit of a gap in my knowledge of those discussions.
I see. Do you know who was voicing those concerns as part of the general community in respect of the ANU's transparency requirements?
So there has been a variety of staff that have voiced concerns about this, and our previous Vice-Chancellor has answered questions about that, for example, at Senate estimates and other places where staff have made their representatives aware of their concerns.
Can I then ask you about the policy changes that were implemented? The physical security and internal campus buildings, and external site operations policy was introduced on the 14th of August 2024.
Yes.
And is that the policy you referred to earlier that you think might have had a role in bringing the encampment to an end?
Yes.
It was introduced on the 14th of August, but was backdated to the 3rd of August, is that right?
Yes.
What do you mean by backdated?
I can not elaborate on what that means.
Was it meant to operate with retrospective effect?
I cannot comment.
The policy, I take it you accept that prior to that policy being in place, the encampment illustrated that the policies in place at the time were simply not fit for purpose for dealing with a situation of this kind?
Yes.
The policy addresses demonstrations and provides that they must, among other things, be orderly, peaceful, and not make other campus users feel harassed or intimidated.
Yes.
And that they must not unreasonably disrupt the good order and operations of the university.
That's right.
And that policy also prohibited sleeping on campus outside of designated accommodation.
Yes.
And also prohibited the construction of tents or other structures.
Yes.
So in effect, it, in your view, prohibits encampments of this kind from occurring.
It does.
And when that policy was introduced, do you know, were there discussions with those involved in the encampment to say, this policy has been introduced, action might be taken against you if you don't disband?
I would assume so, but I do not have personal knowledge of those conversations.
All right. You've also referred to the posting on ANU campus policy in your statement.
Yes.
And that was adopted in February this year.
Yes.
And that governs all material displayed on university grounds, including posters, notices, banners and flags.
That's right.
What prompted the introduction of that policy?
So, a few things. One was that the campus was looking increasingly untidy, because if students are allowed to post anywhere, they will. And that was seen by most of the community as unacceptable. Second, we wanted to make sure that we were able to have a look at what was being posted, so that the complaints that you might see that we received around posters, we could monitor them and take them down if they were problematic. And so the poster policy includes where students might post. So there's plenty of places for them to post and to make their views known, which I think is very important, but not everywhere. So it helps that, and that was on. So there was a bit of community desire for the poster policy, and also I think an operational need.
And as you say, it requires that material only be placed on specified notice boards or with the approval of the Chief Campus Environmental Officer.
That's right.
And it specifies that the content of posters must not be in breach of the law or any ANU policy.
That's it.
And that posters in breach will be promptly removed.
Yes.
And so does that mean that if something is displayed otherwise than in an approved location, the university's aim is to promptly remove those posters?
That's
and
right.
Other material?
Yes.
And what processes are in place to ensure that that sort of prompt removal can occur?
So in practice, there is a 2-week kind of review of the campus that security makes. In residential halls, the residential senior advisors and staff that are on campus routinely walk the halls, as it were, to look at what is being posted and to, especially in residential environments, make sure that it is where it should be and it is safe for students. That happens every 2 weeks. We also have the Fix My Campus app that receives updates from members of the public that might see things that they don't like. And any officer of the university can take a complaint and report it through that mechanism, and have done, to find unauthorized postings.
And you mentioned patrols that are conducted in order to identify material, but it's easy enough to work out where material has been posted in a place that's not approved. But in terms of working out whether an individual poster has breached ANU policy, what training do the people who are conducting these patrols actually have in order to be able to work that out?
So we're working on bringing out more training, but to date, those security, in many cases it is security, and so they have met with the Office of the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Education and gone through worked examples of posters that have been complained about previously, so that can start to calibrate their assessment of posters, because as we know, these things change quite rapidly over time, and so there has to be kind of a constant surveillance of that, and so that happens.
Have the officers conducting those sorts of patrols had any training on anti-Semitism?
Not directly, no.
Is that a gap in the training program, in your view?
I would say that that is a gap in the training.
Right. Is that something the university intends to address?
Yes.
Do you have a timeline for addressing that issue?
So at the moment, we are working through a series of gaps that we have found through this process, and trying to work those in as quickly as we can on that specific item. I'm not sure what the timeline is, but we do have material that we can make ready for that.
When you say gaps you've identified through this process, do you mean the process of engaging with the Royal Commission?
Engaging with the Royal Commission and also the process of reviewing the encampment and what happened afterward.
Right. Leah mentioned a number of other incidents in her evidence. Have you also read her witness statement?
I have read her witness statement.
Right. She refers at paragraph 20, and I can take you to it if you like, but do you recall her giving some evidence about some magazines that were distributed in O Week during 2024?
I do.
Actually, I'll bring up the statement, please.
Thank you.
And go to paragraph 20. I'm sorry, we'll go earlier to paragraph 17. And you recall her giving evidence about some of the statements that were made in those articles as set out in paragraph 17. You see that?
Yes.
And she also refers at paragraph 20 to emailing the Dean of Students about those articles in February 2024.
Yes.
You recall that evidence?
I do.
And the Dean responded that the role of this office is to provide informal, impartial and confidential advice to students about matters troubling them. As such, I have no authority to either remove those articles from the ANUSA Welcome Pack nor to investigate how they got published. You see that?
I do.
And have you looked at the balance of that email from the Dean of Students?
I have.
And do you recall that he said you can either contact ANUSA directly to raise your concerns?
Yes.
Or he said you could make a formal complaint?
Yes.
Or you could make a complaint to the Human Rights Commission, the Dean suggested.
Yes.
Rather than just referring Leat off in 3 different directions, would you agree it might have been appropriate for the Dean to take a more active role in assisting Leat to find a resolution of her
Yes,
concerns?
I would have expected that.
What sort of more active role would you have expected from the Dean in these circumstances?
So the Dean could have contacted ANUSA themselves, or they might have inquired into where these documents had gone, what was their reach, what was their purpose, to find out a bit more information about this. I do understand that once the residence, halls of residence where these were being distributed became aware of them, they collected them and did not distribute them and sent them back to ANUSA.
Was that across all residence halls or possibly only some of them?
I cannot say, but it was certainly some of them.
And do you know who instigated that return of the magazines? Was it university staff or students or?
I believe it was university staff.
And it seems that I'll withdraw that. Leat also referred in her evidence to the ANUSA's AGM. You recall that evidence?
I do.
And she referred to being told by others in that AGM that someone had allegedly made a Nazi salute in the course of that meeting.
Yes.
And being told by others that someone else had made a gesture mimicking a Nazi moustache in that meeting.
Yes.
And you also heard her evidence that while she was speaking, she was told that some held up Palestinian flags, for example.
Yes.
Or put other emojis in the chat while she was speaking.
Yes.
And an investigation, I'll go back a step. You're aware that the Australasian Union of Jewish Students subsequently made a complaint to the then Vice-Chancellor the day after that meeting?
Yes.
That was on about 9 May 2024?
Yes.
Have you read that letter outlining the complaint? And that complaint drew attention to the alleged Nazi gestures, correct?
Yes.
And also the amendments that had been made to the motion put forward by Leach on that occasion.
Yes.
And it called for strong, visible action to regulate the encampment and activities associated with it.
Yes.
Now, if there had been a Nazi salute or a gesture mimicking a Nazi moustache, I think that's something the university would have taken very seriously.
Yes.
There was an investigation conducted by the university of that allegation of those two gestures, correct?
There were investigations taken, yes.
And I understand you're, of course, limited in what you can say publicly about the details of that investigation. And of course, I'm not asking you to name any individuals against whom those allegations might have been alleged. What can you say in this forum about the outcome of that investigation?
So, in the case of the alleged moustache gesture, an investigation was undertaken, and the investigator was presented with a range of evidence from that student around the gesture that this student had used to cover a facial feature that they were uncomfortable with. And so this was found through a range of evidence that was submitted to the investigator. So the investigator found that it was not indeed a moustache gesture, but a gesture that this student commonly made in multiple contexts, in multiple events. So there was no finding of misconduct in that case. In the case of the alleged salute, the video of that alleged salute was captured during the AGM. Fortunately, it's not fully on video. It is very, very difficult to discern exactly what was going on. It was pretty much impossible to ascertain whether it was a Nazi salute. Through the investigation, other students were asked how they interpreted that gesture and whether they saw it, and those students said that it was not a Nazi salute. The student was also, there was a lengthy interview and investigation, and there was good reason to believe that doing such a salute would be pretty antithetical to that particular student's identity. And so there was a finding of no misconduct in that case.
When you say that the alleged salute was not fully captured on video, do you mean the person's gesture was partially obstructed and that you couldn't see the full extension of the arm on that occasion?
That's correct. It was off screen. It was not entirely on screen.
Yeah, partially on screen.
Yeah.
I understand what you mean. Was the outcome of that investigation communicated back to Borges in light of the complaint they'd made?
So it was not. August was not the complainant, as I understand it from reviewing the documentation. The university raised the issue, so there was no report back to August. I think, you know...
When you say the university raised the issue, what do you mean by that?
So ANUSA let the university know that they had concerns about things that happened at the AGM.
I see.
And so at that point, ANUSA became the complainant according to our processes.
Right.
So no, there was no report given back to AUGIS, but on reflection, that was not a trauma-informed approach, and I think it's caused us some reflection on balancing confidentiality with the community's need to know the resolution of serious accusations.
Ultimately, the outcome of that investigation was addressed in a public forum when a representative of the university appeared before a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
And was that the first time any sort of public statement had been made about the outcome of that disciplinary process, to your knowledge?
I believe so, yes.
Would you agree that in advance of that appearance before that parliamentary inquiry, and indeed around the time of the resolution of the issue, it would have been appropriate to make public communication to the university community about the outcome of that investigation, given the attention it had received at the time?
Yes, I think so, although, as I've explained, the two circumstances, they were very public. They involved students and no finding of misconduct. And so there was, as I read the documentation and I look at what happened, there was a kind of an attempt to balance those students' privacy and confidentiality with a public statement. But I certainly understand that remark in Senate estimates would have been shocking to some.
Leach also referred in her statement to an announcement made by the then Vice-Chancellor on the 10th of May 2024, and that's in paragraph 68 of her statement, if we could bring that up. Have you read that Vice-Chancellor statement before?
Yes.
And that was, of course, a statement made during the encampment? Yes?
Yes.
And just after AUGIS had raised this complaint with the Vice-Chancellor about the ANUSA meeting. And did you listen to Leach's observation on Monday that what struck her about this was the absence of any reference to anti-Semitism or Jewish staff and students?
Yes.
In light of the conduct that had been occurring at the encampment, and in light of the report that had been made by AUGIS on the 9th of May about alleged anti-Semitic conduct in the context of that ANUSA general meeting, would you agree that it would have been appropriate to acknowledge instances of anti-Semitism and acknowledge specifically the hurt being felt by Jewish staff and students in this statement?
I would agree.
I appreciate you weren't the author of it, but I'm asking you to comment on it.
Yeah, personally, I would agree.
You referred earlier to training that's been delivered to staff and students. Would you agree that complaints mechanisms and disciplinary processes are only one part of the solution to addressing anti-Semitism on campus?
I would agree.
And there also needs to be a focus on transforming the culture of universities so as to be a place where people can understand the nature of anti-Semitism and take preventative action to ensure it doesn't occur.
Yes.
And you referred to training provided to staff and students. To what extent is there training dedicated to anti-Semitism for ANU staff at the present time?
So ANU staff have a compulsory module. It's called Rights and Respect at Work. And in that, it includes reference to various definitions of anti-Semitism so that colleagues can educate themselves about the various definitions that exist in relation to anti-Semitism, and puts it in a strong anti-racism frame.
Is that the new training that's been provided as of this year that you refer to at paragraph 89 of your statement?
Yes. That is, it is compulsory for all new staff at the ANU, and we are rolling it out through processes like promotion and committee membership to make sure that we can get most of our staff as soon as we can.
All right. But it's not mandatory across all staff at the present time?
Not all at once, no.
When you say not all at once, is there a process in place to ensure that every member of staff undertakes it?
Yes. So when a member of staff comes up for promotion or wants to work on a special committee of the university, at that point they will have needed to do the training.
Right. And what if staff don't elect to go down those paths, don't apply for promotion or don't apply for a committee? How will they be reached?
So the next stage will be to make sure that we have that in place so that it is all staff, but we're rolling it out incrementally.
I see. And in respect of students, is there any mandatory anti-Semitism training for students at the present time?
So students who live in residences, which is many of our students, have mandatory training, and that is now including bystander training, and that we think is especially important for, as you put it, culture change, but also in relation to the kinds of microaggressions that we've heard from in the testimony received from students. So we think bystander training is especially important, and so we are rolling that out as well.
And that's mandatory for all students in residences, is it?
It is. The bystander training is mandatory for students in residences and for those who are senior residents, helpers, if you will. They're senior residents in the residences. Yeah.
I think you referred in your statement when it came to the bystander training that you were working with orders to develop an anti-Semitism scenario for the purposes of that training. Is that in place yet, or is it still a work in progress?
So it is a work in progress, although there are worked examples that we are already using in the training that they refer to cases that happened at the university. So they're worked lived examples so that
deal with anti-Semitism.
Deal with anti-Semitism at ANU. So quite specific.
All right, and what about training for students outside university residences? That
will happen next. That'll be the next step, and that will probably be through an online module. So we'll have to take that material that we have with the worked examples and put it online.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no further questions.
Yes, Ms. Crafty.
Professor Leach, I'm Crafty. I represent the 7 mainstream Jewish organisations that are here at the Commission and also the Australian Union of Jewish Students. Do you recall in April 2024 there was an ANU student, an encampment leader, who said on ABC radio, Hamas deserves our unconditional support?
Yes.
And you initially expelled the student following that statement and her role in the encampment?
We did.
And then the student appealed in September 2024 and the appeal was successful.
Yes.
The expulsion was reversed without adverse findings against the student?
Yes.
Without revealing or betraying any confidentiality, can you explain to the Commission how that appeal was successful?
So the appeal relied on the student making the case that they had no intent to harm. They accepted that that their statement may have caused harm, but there was no intent to harm.
Is that the test that is applied for breaches of student conduct policies, that there has to be intent to harm?
In the Student Code of Conduct under the discipline rule, yes.
In your opinion, should there be something in those rules about instances of racism, even where the otherwise requisite intent is not there?
Yes, so we have undertaken a review, a discipline framework review of those student codes. It is not yet quite complete, but that is one of the issues that we have consulted with students and staff about.
May I just inquire, and I'll give you an extra minute. May I inquire whether the student was identified herself in the interview as representing students of the university, or was it, as it were, a personal interview?
So it was, as I understand it, a personal interview. However, students within the encampment at the time, some students took that as the student speaking on behalf, and some rejected that entirely, and that caused some students, I believe, to leave the encampment. And it certainly caused ANUSA to remove any support. I think they were allowing them to use some stands or some tables, and ANUSA withdrew all support at that point.
I see. Sorry, Ms. Crafty.
Thank you, Commissioner. That same student then ran for ANUSA president, correct?
I believe her intent was to run for ANUSA president. Yes.
And ran under a ticket called Globalize the Resistance for Palestine.
Yes.
Professor Leach, do you accept that that sequence of events communicated to Jewish students and Jewish staff, and indeed the Jewish community, and really actually all of the Australian community, that publicly supporting a terrorist organisation committed to the destruction of the Jewish people carried no lasting institutional consequence at ANU?
I think I will accept that. The student was not elected, and ANUSA rejected. They're an independent organization, and they rejected that attempt. But as a student, the student was not censored. No.
And you agree, Professor Leach, that the message that sent, at least to the Jewish students on your campus, at least, let's just start with them, that it was okay to go on ABC radio, declare support, unconditional support for Hamas, come back onto campus and then run for ANUSA president, that was all okay?
So I hope that was not the message, because it was a lengthy discipline case, and I think no one comes out well from lengthy discipline cases, but it does remain the case that the student was uncensored.
Professor Leach, Leach gave evidence. You heard that the 68 meetings that the university has held with AUGIS since October 23 really have not been productive of substantive outcomes. What's your response to that?
So that makes me feel very sorry that Leach or other students would feel that way. From the university's position, those meetings with AUGIS have helped to inform the training that we have going forward. They've helped us to understand what we need to do in terms of a robust anti-racism framework. So I would not characterize those meetings as unproductive from the university point of view, but it makes me very sad to hear that students would think they were that.
And I understand, am I right, that the university is seeking to find out from students, Jewish students' perspective, why they perceive those meetings as unproductive?
Yes.
the university has formed, and I'll ask for your assistance with this, something called a CRSC.
Yes.
Can you please explain what that is?
Yes, so it's a special committee on racism and social cohesion. And that committee, its terms of reference are to integrate the definition of anti-Semitism accepted by the ANU Council into our suite of conduct and other rules.
And who sits on that committee?
So it's a large committee. We're actually expanding the membership because there was so much interest from the community, which I think is a good thing. So that is a range of staff and students who have skills in looking at disciplinary processes, the technicalities of those in relation to TEXA, our regulator, and others. It is staff and students with interest and experience in racism.
And when you formed the committee, did you include any Jewish students?
Yes.
At the very outset, there were
Yes.
Jewish students on the committee?
Yes, from the outset, there were Jewish students on the committee. I understand why you asked the question, as there was, I believe, a 14 to 18-hour delay between asking people to join the committee. That was completely an administrative issue. There was never any attempt. And I know there's sensitivities, and I know those delays can have meaning when they don't. But Jewish students from August were always, we would hoped that they would agree to join the committee.
They say that they weren't included from the outset, and you disagree with that. Is that your evidence?
I do, and I'm very happy, and I'm going to continue to speak to them about that, and I hope I can change their view on that because it was merely administrative.
Final question, Professor Leach. ANU has been a locus of trauma for Jewish students. What is it about the new policies and procedures and the enforcement of them that you say is different now and is going to mean that the ANU is a place where Jewish students can feel safe?
So my hope and expectation would be that staff and students at the ANU will recognize the new policies so that encampment-style protest is not a new norm, where respectful protest can still happen, but in a way that acknowledges the hurt that others may feel, that empathy is something that we can inculcate through our education offerings, as well as critical analysis of the events of the world.
And I appreciate what you've just said, Professor Leach, but again, you've focused on, and this is a recurring theme in this commission, talking about Jewish people's hurt. I'm talking about safety and the university's obligations to its students and staff, all students and all staff,
Yes.
in terms of safety.
Yes.
What assurance can you give to Jewish students that they will be safe at ANU going forward?
We have made quite a few policy changes, and I think the university itself has also reflected on the events of the last few years, and we have heard the quite powerful, articulate, courageous, I would say, testimony from Jewish students, and I think that has made a real impact, and our expectation is that students and staff will be able to follow policies we've put in place and ensure that Jewish students, as well as all of our students, are safe.
And the leadership will hold them to account to those, to your hopes and expectations?
Just
Yes.
as I'm holding you to account. That's your last question.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Leach.
We're going to take an early morning adjournment for 15 minutes. Yes, Mr. Knowles.
Professor Leach, my name is Noel. I appear for the Australian Academic Alliance Against Antisemitism. You're familiar with the Human Rights Commission's report in relation to universities?
I am.
And did you pick up in there that they identified that anti-Semitism is often it has peculiar aspects that might make it different to other forms of racism?
Yes.
And do you accept that anti-Semitism is often expressed in the forms of conspiracy theories and anti-Semitic tropes?
Yes.
And do you accept, therefore, that your anti-racism policies will need to be adjusted to take those matters into account?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to go to a few practical examples, if I may. Where an academic has social media posts that call Israel a baby-murdering state and deny sexual violence by Hamas against Israeli women on 7 October, is it ANU's current policy that as long as the academic doesn't name ANU in those posts, there's nothing ANU can do about it?
So in the social media guidelines, that is the case. Yes.
Now, if the academic then introduces those extreme views when teaching about the politics of the Middle East, at that point, can ANU take action?
Yes.
And what action would ANU take to ensure that alternate or competing perspectives are offered to the students in the course?
So every course is evaluated on its inception and as to its quality by an independent panel, both at its discipline area level and also throughout the university up to the academic board and the special academic quality committee. So there's quite a few checks around quality at the university in relation to courses.
Now, in the case I'm mentioning, which is an ANU course, there's nothing of the sort in the course description or the syllabus. This is verbal invective introduced into the classroom by the lecturer.
Yep.
What are the steps in that circumstance?
So, in a circumstance where something would happen in the classroom and there was a complaint, that would then follow the complaints process.
Yes.
If it was seen to be vilification or hate speech, that would be subject to code of conduct.
Okay. And how speedily would that process move, given that the students who might raise it are still sitting in the classroom?
So that would depend. I can't answer that without a context, but as quickly as possible.
And would it occur before the end of the term?
It depends on how close you are to the end of the term, but it would happen as speedily as possible.
Thank you. Can I turn to one of the tools that ANU has, which I understand is called the Harmful Behaviours Disclosure Tool?
Yes.
And I've been in there and I noticed that there's a drop-down box for discrimination and harassment.
Yes.
And there's a drop-down box for race.
Yes.
And neither of those have any reference to anti-Semitism. Is that correct?
That is true.
Are there any plans to fix the disclosure tool in those regards?
Yes.
When do you expect that to occur?
I would
a drop-down box.
A drop-down box or some other tool. There are some people who object to the use of drop-down boxes as they find that very much against the way in which they assert their identity. So we are working through that. I mean, everything takes consultation, but I would think that we would be able to do that rather swiftly.
Right. And I understand that there was an updated version of the Student Code of Conduct issued in April of this year.
Yes.
And is it intended that, like the sexual misconduct policy, which ANU has,
yes,
which says it applies to students as part of the Code of Conduct,
yes,
your policy in relation to anti-Semitic conduct will work the same way?
That it would apply to students and to staff?
So that's the first question, please. I'll come to the second.
Okay, that process is happening right now with the special committee to look at the way that these definitions and that that can be worked through our code of conduct. So that has not been decided precisely how that will happen, but the intent is staff and students. Yes.
Yes. The second aspect of the question is sexual misconduct, if it occurs, and you so find, that is a breach of the relevant staff code of conduct and discipline follows.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Would anti-Semitic conduct be dealt with the same way?
Yes, that is the intent. But again, precisely how that will work through the code of conduct and our other policies needs to be worked through by the committee.
Now, another interesting aspect of the code of conduct is clause 7, and I won't wait, but just in case it can come up quickly, it's ANU 5010 0001 000 777, but I suspect you're familiar with it. I'll read the words out. Students who breach the responsibilities under this code are expected to acknowledge responsibility and participate in good faith in restorative activities to put things right when required. These activities may be outside of, part of, or additional to any relevant disciplinary process or associated outcome. In the context of your looking back and investigating what happened during the course of the encampments, or indeed each of the matters that you've been taken to that Leach raised in her evidence, can you please inform the Commission what was the restorative activity that was required?
So, thinking about these episodes, and especially around the encampment and other protest episodes at the AGM, for example, there have been no systemic restorative practices that we have observed. We understand that as a gap, and this is something that we are working towards with our inclusive and respectful community team, so that we can move forward with restorative practices.
Is there an intention to require it? So if you have a disciplinary process, you find that someone has done something that's wrong or borderline, for example, you can say to them, we'd like to suggest that you actually reach out to the Jewish students or academics affected, and at the very minimum, apologise.
So, personally, I think that sounds like trauma-informed good practice in relation to restorative practices moving forward. In order for that to happen, we would have to move that through the committee as a recommendation, and I believe that that will be something that we will discuss.
And are you prepared to make that recommendation?
Personally,
Yes.
I am prepared to make that recommendation, but I need to also work with my colleagues to make sure that recommendation comes in a form that the university can make happen, make real.
I appreciate there are always processes.
Yes, thank you.
Can I just come quickly to complaints processes? I know you say as quickly as possible, but sometimes complaints can take months, and by then the student's not in the course, or things have moved on. Is there a fast mechanism? And we heard the other day an immediate action option for one of the universities. Do you have such an immediate action option today?
We do not.
Is that something also you're prepared to recommend to your committee?
That's something that we could discuss.
Thank you. And one other aspect of the complaints mechanism, of course, is identifying who needs to be consulted before the committee that hears the disciplinary issue meets. There is much evidence, and you may have heard the evidence, for example, of Professor Prower,
Yes.
for the person who is affected, that is the victim of the harm, to not only be able to give a victim impact statement, but to actually make submissions to the decision maker as to what should happen in terms of a decision and penalty. Is that something you're prepared to recommend today?
Of these things that you're mentioning, we are prepared to discuss all of these things, especially evidence-based practices, as you have mentioned. At the moment, we do not have them, and so that is what is on the table for this committee, and also for a new Office of Integrity that the university will be starting next month. So we have several opportunities through our processes and new institutional levers that we can use to have these discussions, but we need to have them.
is the step I've just outlined, the capacity to actually make submissions to the decision maker, something you're prepared to recommend?
I would have to know more of the evidence behind that and what that means for ongoing restorative practices going forward. I personally do not know that evidence, and so I would need to know that evidence.
Mr. Knoll, I'm sorry, but on that note, which I call a partial victory, I'm going to have to bring your cross-examination to an end.
Okay, I understand the point. I'm just going to deal, if I may, with one other aspect. You made much mention of involving orgies.
Mr. Knoll.
I'm sorry, to sit down? I will sit.
Thank you, Mr. Knoll. Yes.
Commissioner, my name is Mr. Bakri. I'm acting
Bakri.
for ADAN. Professor Leach, I have a few questions for you. If we could please begin with the topic of the evidence that was given earlier this week in respect of a Zoom meeting in which there was an accusation that one of the participants mimicked a Nazi mustache. You were asked about that by counsel assisting this morning, you recall that?
Yes.
Now, during your evidence, I believe that that you said that the outcome of the investigation was the conclusion that the person had not mimicked a Nazi moustache, and rather they had covered a facial feature that they were uncomfortable with. Is that a fair?
That's fair, yes.
And you're aware that that in fact the university concluded that what the student had done was cover a scar that the student had on their upper lip from a cleft lip.
Details of this complaint are the subject of a confidentiality order, I understand, or certainly a request.
Yes.
It's not seeking to have stopped from entering perhaps the live stream. The details of this do tend to reveal identities of individuals.
I believe this evidence was earlier given in answer to counsel assisting.
We've gone to the next step. So the answer that was initially given concerned a facial feature. We've now gone to more identifying details about that facial feature.
Commissioner, if I could assist, I'm cross-examining on information that is already in the public domain in the process. I have not seen the confidential information.
Well, I'm told.
I think for the moment it, of course, would be the live stream to be interrupted. We can look at the answers and questions that are asked and discern who be from.
There is, I understand, a delay on the live stream. I will have it paused. Mr. Bakri tells me he is cross-examining not on the basis of any confidential material, but on material that is in the public domain.
I am not convinced that is accurate.
I'm sorry.
I'm not convinced that is accurate. I would need to know the details of what the public domain references are in order to confirm that.
Mr. Bakri, we have the live stream temporarily paused.
Yes.
Is there anything you want to... you put to me that this is material that is in the public domain. Do you have some reference to that?
Yes, I do. Commissioner, if I could direct you to an article in the Australian Financial Review. It's titled Acts of Hate or Innocent Gestures, What Happened at the ANU Student Meeting. It's an article, the name of...
Is there a section that just directs attention to the facial feature that you're referring to?
Yes, the article states, another interpretation is that the salute was a young woman adjusting her webcam. The moustache was a self-conscious gesture of a young woman with a facial disfigurement said to be a cleft palate.
With a facial disfigurement?
Yes.
Well, I must say that is precisely what I'd understood from the witness's evidence earlier. I think we will resume the live stream, and unless there's something further you want to put in. All right. Yes, do go on, Mr. Pickering.
Thank you, Commissioner. Professor, you're aware that the public controversy about that accusation and that investigation caused a great deal of angst and discomfort to the student who was accused of such a serious allegation?
Yes, in the investigation notes that is also noted.
Thank you. Next topic I want to move on to is the issue of a presence of neo-Nazis on campus. You're aware that students and the representatives of students and staff have reported that there's been a neo-Nazi presence at the university in recent times.
I'm aware of reports around stickers that reference neo-Nazi and white supremacist
Yes.
Ideologies. That's what I'm aware of.
And if I may
Yes,
assist,
yes.
the stickers have included following stickers stating the word National Socialist Network, stickers stating Australia for white men. You're aware of those types of stickers?
I'm aware of those types of stickers, if not those precisely.
And you're aware that the placement of those stickers on the university has resulted in criminal charges being laid?
I am.
You are. And that type of conduct on campus is a threat and a risk to Jewish students on campus, isn't it?
I would say that it's a risk to all students on campus.
It is. It's
Yes.
also a risk to students of Palestinian descent and Muslim students. You would agree with that?
Yes.
And may I ask, what is the university doing about this threat from neo-Nazis on campus?
So in this particular case, it was found that this was not a member of the university community. This was someone coming onto campus. The stickers were removed most within 24 hours, although some were discreetly put in areas that were difficult to find and took maybe up to 48 hours, but we were quite diligent. And we worked with the AFP to identify the people putting these stickers around, and we worked with the AFP to develop a case against that person.
And is anything else being done to proactively deal with these types of issues and these hateful and spiteful ideologies?
So we have no tolerance for when we see them, and we are, as we've discussed today, altering our policies so that when we find these things, we can deal with them promptly.
Now, moving on to another issue, you're aware that during the encampment in 2024, there was an issue where a Palestinian Australian student requested special consideration in circumstances where she was grieving the death of numerous members of her family in Gaza. Are you aware of that issue?
Yes.
Yes. And they had not died of natural causes. They had been killed by the IDF. You're aware of that?
I'm not aware of that specific issue, but yes.
And you're aware that the student was told by the course coordinator that she needed to provide a death certificate for every member of her family that had been killed in order for the extension to be considered. That's correct, isn't it?
That is very unfortunate if that is the case, and that should not have happened.
On my instructions, that is precisely what occurred.
Okay.
Are you aware of that?
I am not.
Okay. On my instructions, further to that, after those death certificates were procured, which was very difficult given the circumstances in Gaza, the student was then told to obtain a notarized translation of the death certificates. You're not aware of that?
I am not.
On my instructions, it took over a year for the special consideration to be granted, and only after the issue had been escalated to higher levels in the university. You're not aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Thank you. You would agree that if that occurred, which you don't know if it did or it didn't, is your evidence, it wasn't an appropriate response by the university to require the student to go through that ordeal?
No.
No. You would agree that it was unsympathetic to that student?
I would agree that
You would agree that it didn't show any empathy to that student?
I agree.
And you would agree that if that occurred, the university should do better towards its health interests?
I agree.
Thank you. There were only, moving on to disciplinary matters arising from the campus, your evidence is that there were only a handful of students that were accused of misconduct in connection with the encampment. It was a total of 8 students that were accused of misconduct?
Yes.
Yes? And you would accept that 7 of those students were found to not have engaged in misconduct, so they were cleared of the allegations?
That was the investigation result, yes.
And the allegations made against, we'll deal with those 7 students first. The allegations made against those students were about breaches of the student code of conduct and the discipline rule by breaching a reasonable order or direction by an officer or employee of the university. Namely, it was a direction to vacate the encampment. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes. So there was no allegation of anti-Semitism against those students at all, but it was all about maintaining a presence at the encampment. You agree with that?
Yes.
And the other student to which reference was made earlier today, who had made some comments on during a radio interview, you explained that the expulsion was reversed without adverse findings against the student. Yes.
Yes.
And that you would accept that student was not accused of having engaged in anti-Semitism. It was a distinct accusation.
It was a distinct accusation. Yes.
Thank you. We can now move to the encampments proper. You have explained that a demand of the students at the encampment was that the university cut ties with weapons manufacturing companies. Can you provide some context to that first demand?
Not to cut ties with weapons manufacturers, but to ensure that our investment portfolio did not include them in the investment portfolio. So it's tightening our screening practices so that we do not hold investments in weapons manufacturers.
In your statement of paragraph 157, you state students involved in the encampment stated that the purpose of the encampment was to, 1, and I'm reading directly from your statement, demand that the university cut ties with weapons manufacturing companies.
Oh, okay.
Do you maintain that that's correct?
Yes, I think it's in the definite, in what I was thinking about what cut ties means, and cut ties is about our investment holdings.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
What companies are we talking about? What companies did the university have ties with at the time of the encampment?
I am not sure, and the university does not invest in individual companies. This is why I'm talking about screens. What happens is that there may be investment holders that the university engages with that include these weapons manufacturers in their holdings. So we have to have screens to be able to tell us what exactly our holdings are and what we're screening against. That is what we were doing, not looking at individual companies.
Thank you. You would agree, moving on to another issue, the university respects the rights of students to engage in peaceful protest on campus?
Yes.
And you would agree that it's not the place of the university to stifle legitimate political debate and political expression, no?
No.
In fact, as a senior academic, as a senior leader at the university, you would be aware of the proud history of ANU students and staff engaging in political activism?
Yes.
Yes? You're aware that the ANU website has a section dedicated to cataloguing that history of activism?
Yes.
And on that website, it states, from the demos of the 1970s to the digital campaigns of the 2000s, the ANU has a long and feisty history of activism and protest. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And that's an accurate reflection of the university's position. It is proud of that history.
Indeed.
If I can...
Mr. Bakri, again on the high note, I'm going to cut you off.
Yes, Commissioner.
And I'll call on you, Mr. Hartley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Hartley. I appear for the Jewish Council of Australia. Just picking up from what Mr. Bakri was just on, you're aware, aren't you, that there were Jewish students in the encampment, the ANU?
I am aware.
And there were Jewish staff who were liaising between the encampment and the administration.
I'm aware.
And so segments of the Jewish community were supportive of the encampment justification.
Yes.
It would be wrong to treat the Jewish community as some indivisible whole, wouldn't it?
That's right.
And the views of Jewish people who are critical of Israel, or non-Zionist or anti-Zionist, those views are entitled to respect, aren't they?
Agreed.
Now, you were on the academic board in 2023, is that right?
I was.
The academic board is the principal policy-making and advisory body on all academic matters relating to and affecting a university's teaching, research and educational programs.
Yes.
And it has responsibility for, amongst other things, academic freedom.
Yes.
Decisions involving the adoption of a definition of anti-Semitism involved the academic board in the past, haven't they?
Yes.
And there's an academic freedom reference group, is there, at the university?
Yes.
What's the relationship between that group and the academic board?
The Academic Freedom Reference Group is a group that the Vice-Chancellor can call upon if the Vice-Chancellor has questions about the application of academic freedom at the university.
And so is it right in that light to regard the reference group as effectively the ANU's internal expert body on academic freedom?
Advisory, yes.
But comprised of experts?
Comprised of experts.
It's a body whose views on academic freedom receive considerable respect within the university?
Yes.
And it deserves to. Yes?
Yes.
And it's the case that decisions potentially impacting on academic freedom are referred to them for consideration and advice?
Not all matters.
Some.
Some.
And then with the advice, a decision is ultimately made by the academic board as to whether or not to adopt a particular definition. Is that how it works?
No. The academic board makes decisions about academic freedom, but the academic board is advisory in the matter of a definition to the Vice-Chancellor or to the Council. The academic board is a subcommittee of the ANU Council.
The academic board is?
The academic
yes. And in the case of 2023, the case wasn't that the academic board did consider whether the IRA definition would be adopted by the ANU?
It did.
And the advice was prepared by the reference group on that question?
It was.
And the advice of the reference group wasn't it that adopting any definition of anti-Semitism which implicates academic criticism of the State of Israel poses a real risk of reducing the scope of academic freedom as currently maintained at the ANU?
Yes.
And as you understood it, that's because of a concern that legitimate lawful criticism of the State of Israel might be conflated with anti-Semitism.
Yes.
And the consequence was made at the time, the decision was made not to adopt the IRA definition arising.
Not to advise the adoption of that definition.
I'm sorry, I missed
Not to advise the adoption of that definition.
And the definition was in that light not adopted.
That's right.
Now, in your statement at paragraph 101, you refer to a rights, relationships and respect at work training module.
Yes.
And that document contains links to the AHRC's website.
Yes.
And certain resources on Islamophobia.
Yes.
And vis-a-vis anti-Semitism to each of the IRA definition, the University of Australia definition, and the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism.
Yes.
The ANU is, as we've just been discussing, aware of the controversy surrounding the IRA definition.
Yes.
And you're aware that the Jerusalem Declaration was drafted in response to the IRA definition and with a view to clarifying when criticism of Israel is or is not anti-Semitic.
Yes.
Can I take it the link to the Jerusalem Declaration is in the training material, at least in part because the ANU regards that clarification as valuable for staff and students to see?
So we made a decision in the training material to have an expansive view. As you have rightly said, the Jewish community is not monolithic. There are many definitions, and from those definitions you can be further linked to other discussions, which we thought was very important to cover that diversity of view.
So it's important to have the diversity of views in the training material. One is just presented with the view of one part of the community. Is that a fair summary?
That is an intent, yes.
Now, both IRA and the Jerusalem Declaration stress the importance of context. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And you'd accept that context is important in drawing lines between conduct is or is not anti-Semitic.
Yes.
And you're aware that a feature of the Jerusalem Declaration is that it contains a list of examples of things that are not prima facie anti-Semitic.
Yes. Yeah.
If you're a decision maker trying to figure out whether particular conduct is on one side or the other side of the line, it would assist you, wouldn't it, to have examples of things that prima facie are not anti-Semitic, just as it would assist you to have examples of things that prima facie are. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask two quick questions? Two questions that were asked by our you referred to useless intent to rise in unconfigured records.
Yes.
So, in the presence of the the documentation, discipline rule, the academic freedom policy, the issue of intent, is it more accurate to say it arises under the academic freedom and free speech policy rather than under the discipline rule?
Yes.
You were also asked a question by Mr. Knoll about the content of the harmful behaviours disclosure tool and its categorisations. In your statement of paragraph 50, you've dealt with this. If you've got a copy of it there in front of you, just look at the last sentence.
Yes.
I think you told Mr. Knoll that the disclosure tool did not have a categorisation of anti-Semitism. But is it right that what you've recorded there in the final sentence is that, in fact, from April 2025?
It has. That's right. That was an update. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank
You
you.
are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I now call Professor Brown from the ANU.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Could you please vote no?
Rebekah Brown.
ANU prepared a statement dated 2nd June 2026 for the Commission.
I did.
And you have a copy of the statement there with you.
I do.
And that statement is still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
It is.
Commissioner, I tender that statement. It is stat.899.0003.0003. It may be, Commissioner. I'll stand corrected. I might just double check that I read out the whole thing correctly, Commissioner. I'll do it once more. Use dat.899.0072.0008_R. I tender that document. You have been Interim Vice-Chancellor and President of the ANU since September 2025.
Yes.
And previously you had been Provost and Senior Vice President of the ANU since June 2024.
Yes.
Before coming to the ANU, you'd also worked at Monash University. Could I ask you about the ANU's adoption of a definition of anti-Semitism and how that came about? Could I do that first by going to the ANU's submission to the University Report Card project conducted by Professor Craven at ANU.501.0001.0003. That will come up on the screen in a moment. And could I go to page 29 of that document? Did you have any involvement in preparing this document?
Yes.
Did you sign off on its content?
Yes.
And here on page 29, it sets out the history of what the university had done in respect of a definition of anti-Semitism, correct?
Yes.
And so it's noted that under the heading Governance Actions Taken Academic Board Consideration, it's noted there that in December 2024, the Office of the Vice-Chancellor referred the question of a definition to the Academic Board for information and advice.
Correct.
And then between February and May 2025, the Academic Board considered the application of the Group of Eight's working definition.
Yes.
And of course, by that point, Universities Australia had adopted a definition of anti-Semitism in February 2025.
Yes.
And that's the peak body for the 38 universities in Australia?
No, the Group of Eight is the 8 research-intensive universities in Australia.
All right. But Universities Australia is comprised of the 38
Correct.
universities in Australia.
Yes.
And ANU supported the adoption of that definition as part of that Universities Australia process, did it?
I'm assuming so.
You weren't personally involved in that? All right. So can I ask, assuming that ANU did support the Universities Australia definition as part of that process, why was the question of the definition then referred to the Academic Board for consideration?
I would be, my understanding is that it was referred to Academic Board because Academic Board have a role in developing, defining academic freedom and our policies around academic freedom, and their operational role of Academic Board is to advise the Vice-Chancellor and Council on that. So I would assume that was the former Vice-Chancellor's judgment to do so.
So was it the case that, even assuming ANU had supported the Universities Australia definition as part of the Universities Australia process, there would then need to be a separate process within the university for that definition to be formally adopted? Is that a fair characterisation?
Yes. I think that's a fair characterisation.
All right. And then it's noted in that document that on the 15th of May 2025, the Academic Board endorsed the incorporation of a definition of racism into appropriate university documents, correct?
Correct.
In other words, it decided around that time to not adopt a definition of anti-Semitism, right?
That's what its advice was to the Vice-Chancellor.
I see.
Yes.
And to clarify, you weren't on the Academic Board at this time or involved in those discussions, or were you?
I participated in Academic Board from the end of 24.
Right. So you were involved in the Academic Board's consideration of this issue as of May 2025?
Yes.
I see. And so can you explain why the board at that time decided not to adopt the Universities Australia definition of anti-Semitism, despite the it having been involved in the Universities Australia process just a few months earlier?
My view is that it was a decision of academic board that it was more appropriate to have a more fulsome definition of racism, and that would serve the implementation of the policy that supports academic freedom. And that, on balance, is where academic board resolved.
And why was it considered more appropriate to have a more fuller definition of racism as opposed to a specific definition of anti-Semitism?
There were, in the room, there were I don't think it was an absolute consensus of every single member of academic board. I think that it was considered in terms of academic freedom, academic speech and freedom of speech, that to assess that, a more fulsome definition of racism was considered an appropriate measure.
Were there concerns at the time that the Universities Australia definition unduly restrained freedom of speech or academic freedom?
Not that I observed. What there was concerns in the room is that there were some members of academic board that were supportive of various definitions specific to anti-Semitism.
Did you watch the evidence of Leach on Monday?
I did.
And have you read her statement?
I have.
And she refers to a presentation that she gave to the academic board on the question of the adoption of a definition of anti-Semitism. Did you attend that presentation of hers?
I did not. I arrived late to that meeting, actually at the end of that meeting, so I missed her presentation myself.
All right. You understand the thrust of her argument on that occasion included that you can't fix a problem that you can't name?
Yes.
And what's your response to that argument?
In broad terms, I agree with that argument.
See. This document goes on to say that in February 2025, the ANU Council... Sorry, can we bring that document back up on the screen, please? The same document. ANU.5011.0001.0003. Can we bring that back up, please? Page 29. Right, under the heading Council Adoption, it says in February 2025, ANU Council held a dedicated planning day. Now, I just wondered, given the sequence of events here, does that mean, should that be a reference to February 2026?
Yes, that's an error. It is February 26th.
Yes. So the council had a dedicated planning day, including a session with Dr. Finkel, focused on anti-Semitism, contemporary manifestations, and definitional adoption.
Yes.
Did you attend that dedicated planning day?
Yes.
And what prompted the holding of that planning day?
Council have a planning day every year. It's a one-day event, and so it was scheduled. It's usually at the start of the year, late January, early February.
Oh, so this was not an event organised simply for the purpose of discussing anti-Semitism. It's just a standing event every year, is that right?
That's right.
And on this occasion, it was decided that the question of anti-Semitism would be on the agenda. Is that
That's right.
And why was it decided that it would be the topic of discussion at that meeting? That time?
Not long after I was made interim Vice-Chancellor, I spoke to the then Chancellor and suggested an agenda for the day for consideration, and I suggested that we invite Dr. Finkel and spend a third of the planning day focused on anti-Semitism, and I suggested that the then Chancellor consider inviting the University Executive to also observe that session.
Was the decision to include it on the agenda prompted by the fact that the Craven review was happening at this point in time?
No.
So could you just help me to understand why at this particular point of time you decided that a focus on anti-Semitism was appropriate, and in particular why it took until February 2026 to come to that view?
Because I had recently taken on the delegations and responsibilities of the Vice-Chancellor for the university, and I saw it as my responsibilities to be responsible for the safety and the well-being of staff and students on campus. And I appreciated Academic Board's advice and respect it, and do respect it, but Academic Board is not responsible for safety. Management and council are.
So this was really at your instigation that this day occurred?
No,
Not the day, but that the item was added to the agenda?
I would have to say that the then Chancellor was entirely supportive of this, and so was Council at the recommendation.
Did the events at Bondi in December 2025 have any role to play in you adding this item to the agenda?
I believe I suggested this before the events at Bondi, made this recommendation to the Chancellor, but I'm sure it made it even more timely.
What I'm suggesting, Professor, is that there does seem to have been a very significant period of time that was taken for the ANU to come back to the question of whether there should be a specific definition of anti-Semitism, and that it's not entirely clear why such a significant period of time elapsed. What do you say to that?
I can't answer that with certainty as to why.
The university did ultimately adopt, as you say in your statement, on 26th of February 2026, the University's Council adopted a definition of anti-Semitism, and that represents the first paragraph of the University's Australia definition, but not the balance of it. Is that right?
Yes.
And you supported that adoption of that paragraph of the definition, I take it?
Yes.
And why was it considered appropriate to only adopt the first paragraph and not the balance?
A number of reasons. All of Council felt that they had enough time to consider the full definition and agree on the first paragraph. Council, on balance, believed they did not have enough time to appropriately consider the other two paragraphs and asked for this to be brought back, which I will be bringing back at a subsequent council meeting for consideration.
When will that happen?
I don't believe it's our August meeting, but I think it's at our September meeting, but I could be wrong.
And why has it taken a period from February to September for that item to be put back on the agenda?
There's been a lot of council and there's been a number of changes with our governing body since that time.
What do you mean by that?
We've had a number of council members, 6 to 7 members, appointed members, have left the university council since that time, and the planning and the forward scheduling of council meetings and matters have changed some of their foci.
You've accepted in your statement that there is still a need to incorporate the university's definition of anti-Semitism into its policies, procedures and practices.
That's correct.
In other words, while the University Council has passed a resolution adopting that first paragraph of that definition, it has not yet actually been incorporated into the policies that regulate student, staff and conduct.
Correct.
And you accept that that is something that should occur, that process of incorporation?
Yes.
All right. You say that the Combating Racism Special Committee is working on recommendations about implementing the university's definition into its policies, procedures and practices?
Yes.
And that committee you describe as a time-limited body that's been convened for this purpose, amongst other matters relating to addressing anti-Semitism, is that
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
And when was that committee established?
Last month.
Last month.
I think last. The terms of reference for the committee and the formation committee, I believe, was approved by university executive in April.
I see. And
the committee formed only in the last 4 weeks.
Okay.
And the membership is still being established.
So it hasn't had a meeting yet, then?
Yes. It's had its first meeting.
Right. When did that meeting take place?
I'm not sure. It's within the last 4 weeks. I don't know the exact date.
All right. And who's on that committee? I think you said its membership is still being settled, but has any of its membership been settled as yet?
The full membership hasn't been settled.
Mm-hmm.
The membership has to include, as agreed with the terms of reference at university exec, members with expertise on racism, lived experience, staff, students and senior leadership. And it's an advisory special committee to the university exec. Let's see.
Given it only just had its first meeting a few weeks ago, I take it it's not yet made any recommendations about incorporation of a definition into policies and procedures?
No recommendations yet on the how.
No. Is there a timeline in place for when they'll make those sorts of recommendations?
So the timeline for the committee to finish its work in entirety is 12 months, which is for a special committee from 12 months from from June, July.
I see.
Yeah.
And sorry, you were going on to say for a special committee
of such significance, 12 months is a very tight timeline in university context.
And you're obviously aware of the new higher education standard that was very recently published, and that requires universities to have a definition of anti-Semitism, amongst other things. Has the university yet settled upon the definition that it will adopt going forward?
No. Apart from the definition that's already been adopted.
All right. But is there now going to be a process of considering whether it's the definition already adopted that should be maintained, or whether some other definition should be adopted? Is that on the table for discussion?
Yes, and that will be brought to council, yes.
See. And does the Combating Racism Special Committee have a role in advising on which definition should be adopted for the purposes of the standard?
It wasn't envisaged in the original terms of reference, but that may be something that I come back to the committee with.
In terms of the complaint handling processes at the university, you've accepted at paragraph 32 that there are a number of areas for improvement in that respect.
Yes.
Could we just take each of those in turn? There's not currently a single intake point, as you say, at 32A.
Yes.
And has that been addressed as yet?
It's very close. We will be launching the Office of Integrity next month, and the first step will be a singular web-based intake point.
All right. So the office is going to be established next month, but then is it the office that needs to set about establishing that single intake point once the office is operational?
Yeah, so that's the one part of the office that's been worked on for the last 5 months that will be operational, we expect, next month when we launch the office. But there are many of the other items that are not won't be operational from the end of August.
Okay. And so at 32 paragraph B, another area for improvement identified is that there's limited end-to-end visibility. How is that being addressed?
So we have 7 processes for receiving grievances, complaints or disclosures, and the university at this point in time, we do not have a mechanism to bring all that information together as sort of central institutional intelligence around complaints and grievances, and they have many different owners, and so we are committed to generating that end-to-end institutional intelligence of our data.
And when do you anticipate the end-to-end visibility will be up and running?
I haven't set a hard deadline for that, but I'm very much hopeful that will be before the end of this year.
And is it the responsibility of this new office to get that up and running?
Correct.
With
support of various areas, people and culture, IT, so on and so forth.
I see. And at paragraph 32C, you note there's inconsistency in the user experience. What do you mean by that?
What I know from a range of past reviews, that a number of complainants are either dissatisfied or could be very satisfied with how their complaint, their grievance or disclosure has been handled. And so what that means is that our individuals that interact with our people around a complaint or a grievance taking variable approaches, and the language I've used here is inconsistent.
And what's being done to address that at the moment?
Training.
I see. And is that training already in place, or is that yet to be rolled out?
Some of that training is in place, but it is not comprehensive yet.
Okay. And when do you expect it will be comprehensive?
I would like it comprehensive right now or yesterday. I can't answer that. What I can say is that it's an incredibly high priority. I see myself as the executive sponsor together with the COO for this Office of Integrity, and our Provost is the chair of the special committee. So it's the most senior members of the university that are driving this.
You also note at paragraph 32D that there's no centralised system or tool that consolidates all data relating to complaints. How is that being addressed?
Yeah, so through our COO and the IT portfolio, we are looking at what enterprise systems are possible. We're also, of course, looking at what we can do through our own databases. We don't have a solution yet, but I'm assured that we will.
And finally, you note paragraph E, there are limits on central monitoring and reporting. And can I ask you footnote to a review report that was published, you say, in January 2025. Does that mean that this issue you've identified at paragraph E was identified back in January 2025?
Yes.
Right. And has that been addressed yet?
It's in the process of being addressed. It hasn't been solved, but we have certainly done a lot of work to understand where our monitoring and reporting needs to be strengthened. We have run a process at the university of setting up a number of working groups of staff and students. We've had 2 working groups specifically focusing on handling of complaints and discrimination and bias at the university, and those staff and students presented their recommendations in October last year, and we had an open whole of community event where the findings actually of all the 8 working groups was presented, recommendations to the whole community, and I am acting on those recommendations now.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Yes. It was crafty.
Thank you.
Professor Brown, my name is Crafty. I represent the 7 mainstream Jewish organisations and August. Appreciate that you are not the Vice-Chancellor in 2024 or 2025. That's right, isn't it? So you were in 25.
At the end of 25, from September 25.
Thank you. And you've told the Commission that you heard the evidence of Leach on Monday. And have you read her statement?
I have.
Can you tell the Commission what your reaction is to her evidence? In your own words, how you feel when you heard her evidence, how you felt when you heard her evidence, how you felt when you read her statement.
I felt very distressed. I don't want any student of ANU to leave the university having the experience that Leach had. In fact, any student of a university to have that experience. I was very moved. I was very I was very affected.
And you're aware that there are other Jewish students who've had very concerning experiences at ANU that are similar to Leach's experience?
Yes.
Leach's story is not singular, is it?
No.
It's one of many.
Yes.
ANU requires the university community to observe a range of obligations in respect of health and well-being, correct?
Correct.
And safety.
Yes.
And ANU has duties to staff and students itself in respect of their health, well-being and safety.
Yes.
Including mitigating against psychosocial risk.
Yes.
Were you in the hearing room when your colleague, Professor Leach, was answering questions to her by counsel assisting?
Yes.
So you heard counsel assisting ask Professor Leach about the encampment?
Yes.
And counsel assisting asked, is it fair to say that by this point, and she was referring to a point in time, the ANU had essentially lost control of a central location on its campus? Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And the response essentially was there were concerns. Professor Leach didn't answer yes or no as to whether the university had lost control, but she did say there were concerns about risks to students and to people in the university community at that point. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Counsel assisting asked whether she was not just referring to physical risks, and Professor Leach said no. Do you recall that?
Yes.
She went on to agree, that is, Professor Leach went on to agree that there were psychosocial risks from the encampment, and that then by reference to a document that was put up on screen that psychosocial risks had been identified as high. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes.
Now, the university's done work to introduce new policies to deal with, amongst other things, mitigating against psychosocial risk.
Yes.
And safety, more broadly.
Yes.
And anti-Semitism on campus.
Yes, but there's more we need to do.
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, we have to move our definition through our policies and our procedures, including our work on our codes on conduct, student and staff conduct. Not everyone has been subject to our training as yet. Our training and our education in relation to racism, in relation to anti-Semitism, in relation to discrimination. So there is still more work to be done, but it has started.
It has started, and I think the point has been made that it's now 2026.
Yes.
And we're now years on from when this high set of psychosocial risks emerged from the encampment.
Yes.
And you accept that it is not a timely response?
I wish that we had have done much more and sooner.
And you're now moving at pace to try to address these issues?
I believe we're moving as quickly as we can.
New committees have been formed to address issues relating to anti-Semitism and other forms of racism on campus, like the CSRC, I think is the right name?
Yeah, that's a combating racism special committee, and that is to give very specific advice around what we need to do in our policy and our conduct suite in the first instance, in relation to anti-Semitism.
Professor Brown, would you agree that in light of findings by the university about risks that emerged from the encampment, that there were failures in relation to the encampment on the part of ANU?
Yeah, so the findings from that report shows that there was a high risk of psychosocial harm associated with the encampment.
And do you accept that there were failings on the part of the university in respect of the encampment?
I wasn't in a decision-making seat at the time. Looking back, in hindsight, I could make a judgment call of what things may or may not have been done differently, but I was not in the decision-making seat. I think that all university leaders that are at this side of the encampment can look back and say they wish they had have done some things differently.
I'm going to ask you the question again, though.
Okay.
Appreciate that you were not in the decision-making seat at the time. And when I ask you this question, I'm not asking you whether you personally failed. I'm asking whether the university failed. There were failures that are attributable to the university in respect of the encampment. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
There were failures on the part of ANU in its duties to Jewish staff and Jewish students at that time, correct?
On balance, yes.
On behalf of the university, is there anything that you would like to say to those Jewish students and Jewish staff in respect of those failures now that you are the acting Vice-Chancellor of the university?
Yeah, I would say that all Jewish students and staff and their colleagues and friends, in fact all students and staff, but you've asked me to talk directly to Jewish students and staff, have an absolute right to feel safe, respected and heard on our campus, and I'm sorry that they didn't. And I've committed in my role, as long as I am the interim Vice-Chancellor, to do better.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Mr. Knoll. Bless you, Commissioner. I'd be grateful. I'll give advance notice of one page I'd like on the screen if my time might start when that page is up. It's 8999 0001 0479 _0007. I gave advance notice.
Only allowing that, Mr. Knoll, since Ms. Crafty was so economical and came in under time.
I'm grateful. I'd be grateful if that was put up on the screen. And in particular, the first slide there, which has the We Stand for Killing Babies picture. Would you highlight the second picture, please? Item B. Thank you. Professor, my name's Noel. I appear for the Academic Alliance Against Antisemitism, and I want to draw two examples to your attention and then deal with some policy questions. Would you accept that that particular sticker includes what could be determined either as a Jewish star or the flag of Israel?
Yes.
And it raises something you know as the blood libel?
Yes.
And suggests that Israel and its supporters kill children?
Yes.
Do you consider that that sticker would breach the definition of anti-Semitism that you've adopted?
Yes.
Could you please move to the item C? Would the answer be the same for that?
I find that offensive, but you're asking me specifically if this is anti-Semitic.
Within the definition you've currently adopted.
I'd want to take expert advice from my Jewish colleagues. On balance, probably yes, but I'm not certain. I'm not absolutely technically certain.
And could that perhaps be because that is something that falls within the second paragraph of the definition which you've not adopted as yet?
Maybe, yes.
Sure. Now, you mentioned you want to consult your Jewish staff. I understand that very recently, at least one member of the Academic Alliance has been consulted, and we heard from Professor Leach that there's been consultation with the representative organisation of Jewish students. Would it be your intention, as you improve things, to consult with the representative organisation of the Jewish and non-Jewish academics who are concerned with anti-Semitism?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, do you accept, please, that staff who feel unsafe or unwelcome because they, for example, feel they need to hide their Jewish identity, won't feel as though they belong to the university community?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Would you accept staff who feel unsafe or unwelcome because, for example, they have to hide a Magen David or their Jewish identity, would feel as though they don't belong to the university community?
Yes, some could, yes.
And the university is the worse off for not having the benefit of their contributions.
Most definitely.
So there really needs to be action beyond safety that enables your staff and students to be welcome, unconditionally visible and included in Jewish life, in university life.
Yes.
Would the ANU be willing to adopt an action plan to make sure that Jewish staff and students feel fully able to be contributors to the university life?
I can't see why not, but this would be something that we're academic governance or an academic institution that would go into a process of consultation to consider the development of such a plan.
And at the moment that might be sitting with your special committee, is that right?
Yeah, I've not asked them to. I have not specifically put that in a term of reference for that committee, but they might after today bring that to me as an option.
Thank you. And I'd also invite you to ask your special committee, because you did say lived experience was important.
Yes.
If the lived experience of our academics would mean that at least one or two of them might be included as the committee is developed.
I think that's already the case, but I will confirm.
Now, if you were designing a program to deal with the lack of inclusion of Indigenous people, would you include Indigenous voices in designing that program?
Yes.
And if you had a program to ensure that there's full visibility for LGBTQI people and particularly transgender people, would you include them in designing the program?
Yes.
So I'm now going to ask you, if you're developing an action plan for the full inclusion of Jewish people, would you include their representative organisations of staff and their representative organisation of students in designing the program?
Of course, yes.
And now I'd like to move to one particular example, please, in your statement. You've indicated at paragraph 25 little f, that People and Culture supported 2 university staff members to take periods of personal leave or to work additional periods of time from a home-based work location rather than on campus as a direct result of the impact of anti-Semitism and or harassment on their mental health and well-being. Would you accept that if you are having to move staff off campus, their inclusion in university life becomes restricted?
Yes.
And that response deals with symptom and not cause?
Correct.
Would you accept that as you develop your programs, the response of the university has to change to deal with cause rather than symptom?
Yes, but needs to deal with both.
Yes, I appreciate it. But historically, we've only dealt with symptom.
In the main, yes.
No further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Noel. Mr. Bakri.
Thank you, Commissioner. Professor Brown, my name is Mr. Bakri. I represent APAN in this commission. If I could begin with revisiting the 2 images that my learned friend Mr. Noel took you to. The 2 images made references to Israel killing babies. Now, are you aware that a UN independent commission has found that Israel continues to commit genocide, atrocity crimes by deliberately targeting Palestinian children? Are you aware of that recent report?
In broadly, I am. I'm not aware of the detail, but yes.
Yes. The name of that report for the transcript is "The Essence of Childhood Has Been Destroyed, Israel's Deliberate Targeting of Palestinian Children in the Occupied Palestinian Territories since 7 October 2023. And just to explain to you, the key findings in that report include that Israel has killed 20,000 children and injured 44,000 more since 7 October 2023. And it goes so far as to find that Israel security forces have used sexual violence against children as part of the collective shaming and oppression of Palestinian people, that Palestinian children have been arrested and subjected to torture and other severe forms of mistreatment in Israeli jails. Now, understanding that information, do you maintain the view that those images are anti-Semitic? Aren't they really a fair criticism of Israeli policy?
Well, the first image is anti-Semitic in my view. The second image, by the way, I'd have to have the second image up in front of me, but I don't think there is an owner to that image, and I don't think you can see the context for that image, and so I don't think that is an image that is appropriate around the walls of the campus of the Australian National University on those grounds.
Professor Brown, can I ask you to describe the Israeli flag to the Commission? What does the Israeli flag look like? What colours are on the Israeli flag?
Sorry, I'm drawing a mental blank.
Well, I'll help you.
Yeah, please do.
That's okay. I'm
embarrassed now.
Blue and white. Okay, there's a blue strip, a white strip, and then a blue strip, and in the middle there is the Star of David. Now that first image, that is an image of the Israeli flag. You would accept that?
Yes, I would like to see it again, but yes.
Ask the Commission to bring that image up if that is possible.
Yes, are we able to do that? Thank you.
You accept that that's an image of the Israeli flag?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Now, you are aware of the proud history of ANU students and staff engaging in political activism? You're aware of this?
Yes.
And you're aware that that history has included encampments. One example, I won't take you through all of them, there are quite a few, is in 1972, the Aboriginal Tent Embassy, which is fair to say the most consequential protest encampment in the country, was established in on the lawns of Parliament House with the support and assistance of the ANU Students Association. Is that something that you're aware of as part of your institution's history? Yes. And to pick another example, in October 1992, students established a tent city outside the Chifley Library to protest the university plan to sell off some of its housing stock. You're aware of that example?
In general, yes.
In general. So there's really a long history of that type of activism and collective action by students trying to affect change. And when that context is understood, what the pro-Palestinian encampment was doing was really just the next episode in a proud history of activism, yes?
Yes, that was the intention as I understand it.
Okay, now the next question I have...
One minute, Mr. Bakri. The Professor hadn't finished her answer.
Yes, Commissioner.
That was the intention. But going through all the complaints and grievance data that have had in preparation for this Royal Commission, it is clear that there has been our campus hasn't been as psychologically safe as we need it to be for some members of our community that relates to the encampment. So I want to also acknowledge that. But of course, our students have, and our university has a long history of student protest on matters that are important.
And you would also accept that the grievance of some students was that the encampment existed. That was the grievance. They did not want to see the encampment.
That's correct.
Thank you. You would also agree that the encampments were peaceful. There was no violence at the encampment.
I don't have first-hand knowledge, but in terms of... I'll
withdraw the question in that case. The final question I have, and you might not have first-hand knowledge, is that the encampment eventually ended, and,
yes,
and that occurred peacefully, didn't it?
As I understand it, yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for answering those questions, Professor Brown. I've no further questions, Commissioner.
Mr. Hartley.
Thank you, Commissioner. Professor, my name is Hartley. I'm here for Jewish Council of Australia. You're familiar, I take it, with your university's academic freedom and freedom of speech policy?
Yes.
And that bears a quote at the top from Sir Douglas Copeland, doesn't it?
Sorry, could you say that again?
You have a quote at the top from Sir Douglas Copeland.
Yes.
And the quote is, "The establishment and maintenance of academic freedom is more important than the actual research and teaching done inside the walls of the university." You recall that quote?
I do.
And whether or not you precisely use those words, you agree that academic freedom is that important, don't you?
I believe academic freedom is incredibly important to the academic mission and the purpose of the project of knowledge.
It was described in your policy as paramount value. You'd accept that, wouldn't you?
Yes, it is described that way in our policy, yeah.
And you agree that it is a paramount value?
I also believe the right to safety is a paramount value.
But you accept it's a paramount value?
Yes.
And in your policy, consistently with the French Model Code, there's a notation that the duty to foster the well-being of staff and students does not extend to a duty to protect any person from feeling offended, shocked, or insulted by the law of speech of another. You accept that?
Yes.
And that's the ANU's position?
It is. It's the same as in the model French code. Yeah. Yeah.
There would be many courses at the ANU, wouldn't there be, where it would be critical for staff and students to be able to frankly and forthrightly express points of view about the conduct of Israel without fear of disciplinary consequences. That's true, yeah?
It is true. I'm not sure if you said respectful, but we're very clear that debate and contestation needs to be respectful.
We've just gone to the fact that it's consistent with the freedom of speech policy for speech to, in fact, offend people and still be compliant with policy. That's
correct. Yep.
Now, you gave some evidence earlier in answer to Councillor Sifting's questions concerning the adoption of the first paragraph, but only the first paragraph of the University of Australia definition. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes.
You know, don't you, that the National Tertiary Education Union has rejected the Universities Australia definition over free speech and academic freedom concerns?
Yes.
And it's the case, isn't it, that the NTEU's ACT Divisional Secretary wrote to the chair of your academic board urging him to oppose that definition?
I'm not aware of that.
I'm
sorry, I've not read that letter.
All right, that's fine. I'll ask you if you know about this, and you may not, and that's fine. That letter suggests that the definition was inconsistent with fundamental principles of academic freedom and freedom of speech, or risked conflating legitimate criticism of the Israeli state and government with anti-Semitism. Are you aware of those concerns having been raised by the ACT branch of the NTEU?
Not specifically.
And that some Jewish NTEU members had taken particular issue with the inclusion of Zionism as part of Jewish identity in the definition, and the underlying assumption that a Jewish person is likely to be a Zionist. Are you aware of that concern having been raised by Jewish students?
Not in relation to this matter, but in general I am aware of that, yes.
You conduct an inquiry with the chair of your academic board into those concerns having been raised by the NTEU?
I don't know when they were raised, and I don't know the answer to that.
You can answer the question.
Yes, I can ask the question, for sure.
You were present while Professor Leach was giving evidence about the role of the academic board and the academic freedom reference group, were you not?
Yes.
You didn't disagree with any of her evidence, did you?
No.
So in circumstances where you've accepted, I think you're aware in at least broad terms, that academic freedom concerns have been raised around the University of Australia definition, it's appropriate in that light, isn't it, that the question of whether the second and third paragraph should be adopted should go to the body that is your internal expert body on academic freedom, being the reference, the appropriate witness.
Yeah, because that is part of their function, is to provide advice, though. They're not a decision-making body.
Have they been asked for advice on that question to this point?
I've not asked them for advice since I've been in this role, but I think the previous Vice-Chancellor had.
Okay. Well, you'll ensure that they have been asked for their advice.
I will.
Before the second and third paragraphs are taken up for consideration.
Of course, and I'm expecting that the special committee will do so also.
Thank you. So thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hartley. Any questions? Ms. Hager, any re-examination?
Not for my part. I'll just check with the ANU's representative, and I understand they also have no re-examination, so I think that concludes.
I had already had a nod to that effect from the ANU's representative.
I missed the nod, Commissioner. I am sorry.
No question of procedural fairness was missed, Ms. Hager. Professor, thank you very much for your evidence. You are excused. Now, here's the slightly disappointing news. The Commission cannot, for good reason, sit beyond 4 this afternoon, and accordingly, Ms. Hager has directed me to say we're only having a half-hour lunch break. So, we'll resume at 1:25.
Commissioner, I call Professor Pickering from Monash University.
Yes. Do you boldly and sincerely declare an fact that has been to give you the truth, the whole truth?
I do. Would you please state your name?
Sharon Pickering.
And you've prepared a statement for the Commission dated 27 May 2026?
That's correct.
And you have a copy of the statement there with you?
Yes, I do.
Is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do, and I understand some small amendments have been offered to the Commission over the last few days.
Yes, that's been addressed, and the version in front of you should contain those amendments. And I will tender that version, which is stat.899.0001.0483_R.
The statement will be submitted as an exhibit.
You are the Vice-Chancellor and President of Monash University.
Yes, I am.
And you have held that role since the 29th of January 2024.
Yes.
And Monash has a particular connection with the Jewish community, you might say. That includes the fact that its namesake, General Sir John Monash, was of course one of our most celebrated Jewish Australians.
That's right.
And Monash's Clayton campus is in the southeast of Melbourne, where many survivors of the Holocaust settled after coming to Australia. Is that right?
That's right.
And you say that Monash reasonably and proudly assumes it has one of the largest, if not the largest, cohort of Jewish students in the country.
Yes.
And Monash is also home to the Australian Centre for Jewish Civilisation, correct?
That's right.
Now, you previously served at Monash as the Acting Provost and Senior Vice President as well?
That's right.
And also Deputy Vice-Chancellor Education and Senior Vice President at one point?
Yes.
Can I come to ask you, first of all, about 7 October 2023 and how you came to learn about the events of that day, and ask you what steps you took in response in the immediate aftermath?
Sure. I remember, I think like many people, starting to see reports come in over social media and traditional media. Like most people, it was difficult to understand or fathom what was occurring at that point in time. However, one of the things that we quickly realised is we needed to establish the safety of any staff or any students that may have been in Israel at that time, or any that were perhaps planning on travelling there. We have a group that does that in terms of staff and student mobility, looks after kind of security, so we were getting reports from them to identify where they may be. We wanted to, the initial thing was to make sure that everyone was safe and well, and we were able to establish that. And in fact, if I recall correctly, we actually didn't have anyone there at that time, but some colleagues may have been planning on travelling there. I don't recall exactly. But like everyone else, we started to see the reports come through, and as the reports came through, it became immediately apparent over the course of Sunday and into Monday that senior colleagues, we started having conversations to make sure that we had preparations in place to support students that were affected, realising that there was going to be a range of students affected, of course predominantly Jewish students and students with close connection to Israel, but also recognising that there were students who would have connections to Palestine and a connection to the broader conflict there. And so we were starting to thinking about it was really around thoughts to do with counselling support, any necessary supports at that time.
And at a certain point, it struck you that as a result of those events, there was a possibility of a likely rise in anti-Semitism as a result?
Yeah, look, I remember talking with our Vice-Chancellor for student experience in major campuses at that time. It's something that we had been thinking about, because some reports had come out in the months prior. We'd also done some work in this regard earlier in that year, 23. And but I think it became most apparent. I was contacted by the president of Monash at that time. He emailed me with an email just saying, you know, there's a series of concerns, and so I met with him and I talked it through, and really it was through those conversations that I came to really think about what could this mean for what is occurring now and what may occur. What was particularly memorable to me about that conversation was that he was particularly concerned it wasn't just Jewish students that would be impacted. And in the conversation we had about making accommodations around assessment, we were heading towards the end of the semester, so assessments, of course, are a big focus. He made very plain that he didn't think whatever we were doing should be kept only to Jewish students, but anyone who was affected, including, you know, Palestinian and other students.
And what sort of suggestions did that representative make in terms of measures that should be put in place?
There were very clear requests around safety. That included concerns for if students wanted escorts on campus to reassure them, for example. I remember him talking about how afraid Jewish families were, particularly about students taking public transport. And at Monash, students often have to take multiple forms of public transport over some period of time to get to our campus, and that was a concern. There were concerns around culturally appropriate counselling support, and there were concerns more broadly for what I would call both a rise in anti-Semitism, but I think a concern around hostility. And it was clearly positioned, and I saw this not just with Jewish students, I saw this also very, very clearly with Muslim and Palestinian students at that time. There was just such fear, absolutely anguish and such fear.
And were those supports that he requested, were they put in place by the university where relevant staff or students
They were.
requested them?
They were. We took a look at everything that was requested. Everything that was requested we were able to do within existing provisions. So in essence, we just used our own provisions to do that, and we made that available to any students that were affected and wanted to make use of them.
And that's an example of direct communication between the Monash Jewish Student Society and yourself at that point. Did that sort of direct communication continue throughout 2024 and to the present day?
Yes.
The university published a statement on the conflict on the 10th of October 2023.
That's right.
I might come back to the detail of that statement in due course. Did you in fact observe an increase in anti-Semitism on campus following October 7?
I think that we certainly observed increased apprehension and fear. I'd have to go back and check about in terms of actual recorded incidents at that time, though.
I see. And you have also described in your statement your observations of what Jewish staff and students were feeling around this time, and I think your observations apply into 2024, and this is from about paragraph 62 of your statement. You observed that they expressed you feelings of fear, isolation and alienation?
Yes, I think it's probably difficult for me to overstate how that was expressed to me in a range of different ways, and I think that what I recall over that period were the ways that students would talk about their experiences, not simply on on campus, if you like, but also online in the broader community. It was very difficult to pull that apart. There was a kind of a totality to this sort of to what they were carrying.
You note at paragraph 63 that those sorts of impacts reported to you were most acute during the encampment that took place at Monash. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Right, I'll ask you about that period shortly. You also refer in your statement in that paragraph to reports of implicit, tacit or casual anti-Semitism. Can you just describe what you mean by that?
One of the things that really struck me throughout this time was that Jewish students and staff would talk about things that had happened to them, and some of them were, whether they be on campus or somewhere else, would be what I would call sort of high-octane incidents of significance where their safety was clearly in jeopardy, a physical safety piece. But what they would also talk about were the incidental comments, the assumptions, remarks, and the cumulative effect of those. And certainly, I don't think I had sufficiently appreciated before how thinly buried anti-Semitism was in our society and how quickly it was unleashed.
And what sort of assumptions are you referring to?
I think from what Jewish students and staff told me, and particularly I would say this in relation to in particular in Jewish students, feeling that they were being held individually responsible for the acts of the State of Israel in one version or another.
At paragraph 79, you go on to say that the impacts on students that you've observed have shaped what you call a dual track approach. Can you just describe what you mean by that?
So one of the things that we've been very conscious of in considering our response to racism more broadly, but particularly we've had to come to focus on in relation to anti-Semitism, is that formal complaints processes, particularly those that mimic a judicial system, and I offer with the greatest of respect for the forum that I'm in, do have some shortcomings for the experience of victim survivors. Those systems invariably have to offer levels of procedural fairness which are entirely appropriate. And those systems, most certainly in my view, needed to be improved. I don't equate this, but I do think it is similar, and in terms of my own experience, I spent an awful lot of time working on gender-based violence. I see a lot of parallels with that, where formal complaint systems just have not been able to carry the nuance of the harm or of actually getting to good solutions, if you like. And so that mimicry of this process, and I think is important, because I think we do have to have accountability mechanisms. You do have to have mechanisms that do offer good and proper process protections. But what we see when we're dealing with many of the incidents we're seeing is often students are seeking a more immediate and a more nuanced response. And it's not always punitive response that is actually going to be the most desirable response. Not to suggest that that doesn't have a place. Of course it has a place. And so what we've really thought about is when students come to us and talk to us about harm, such as anti-Semitism, we have developed an approach where we have actually thought to get that escalated as quickly as it can, to understand what has happened from everyone involved as quickly as we can, and actually try to pull people together to understand why that situation deteriorated or had the effect that it did. Invariably, you find that people have not fully comprehended, understood, or sometimes even realised what has happened. Sometimes people have not understood the ways in which it could have been prevented. Some people have not necessarily understood or simply appreciated that impact that they were having. So it's about getting in there and saying, actually, we need to understand this. How do we actually get a mutual understanding of what's happened, and how do we find a way forward that everyone is satisfied with? One of the things we're grappling with at the moment is how to codify that kind of approach. But it was really clear to us from students that some of those formal processes, and again I stress they are important, they've got a role to play, but they take time, and they rightly should take time. There are rules involved. Rightly there should be rules involved. They should be quicker and they should be easier and they should be all of those things, but they have those processes. But what we're really looking for is to say, how do we get in there and actually take a much more, what I would consider to be a much more educative, much more restorative approach, so everyone can actually move forward constructively.
And does that educative approach, in your view, extend to educating people so that these incidents don't occur in the first place?
That's right. And sometimes that does involve talking with people who have raised those issues for them to understand the experience of others and what that intent was, and sometimes it's actually working with, multiple people involved, so sort of different by circumstance, if you like.
And so is it fair to say that your approach is both involving a sort of complaints and disciplinary mechanisms, as well as a project to bring about a form of cultural change at the university?
I think that's right. I mean, my view is that we're not going to discipline or complaints process our way to social cohesion.
Can I then come to the encampment period?
Sure.
And in May 2024, an encampment was established on the lemon-scented lawns at Monash's Clayton campus.
That's right.
Can you just describe how the lemon-scented lawns fit into the overall layout of the Monash campus for those of us who haven't?
Sure. The Clayton campus is a very large campus. The lemon-scented lawns is sort of diagonally adjacent to the central part of the university.
And it was styled a Gaza Solidarity encampment?
Yes.
And you say that you commenced planning in anticipation of a possible encampment at Monash. What sort of planning did that involve before the encampment actually commenced?
It was in the early to mid part of April. We basically reviewed our protocols. I stood up a crisis management team. I empowered a small team to be able to make decisions on a everyday basis should anything occur. We increased our contact with our student associations, organisations and bodies, relevant ones, made sure that they were there. I mean, they were already there, we just simply upped those. We increased the security presence on campus. We increased our engagement with Victoria Police. If I remember correctly, Victoria Police had actually written to us probably a month prior to that, talking about they were sort of slightly changing their approach to being involved in essence, if I recall correctly, all protest activity across the state, regardless of where that occurred. So they'd sort of, signalled to us to make sure we had started looking at things and make sure it was fine. However, at that stage, our student associations, our organisations, signalled to us that that was not their intention.
It wasn't their intention to set up an encampment.
That's right.
And was that planning partly precipitated by your observations of what had happened at United States campuses?
At that stage, they'd only just started. I mean, if I remember correctly, I think they started around about mid-April, but there'd been various protest activity in different universities around the world. So we were simply just watching that. And then I think the encampments at US University started around the middle of April. So we were indeed watching those.
And by 30 April, you became aware that there was an intention to establish an encampment at Monash?
On the 30th of April.
Yes. And how did you become aware of that, and how did you react in that moment?
I received an email from the chief operating officer's portfolio. I'd been at graduations in Malaysia. I was on a flight from Singapore to New York, which fortunately had Wi-Fi. And I landed at Newark, transferred to JFK and came home.
And why did you consider it important to do that?
I was deeply concerned. I sat in the lounge at JFK and I watched the police come onto campus at Columbia, and I watched what happened. I needed to get home.
So the encampment was then established on the 1st of May?
Yes.
And you say it was clear from the outset that a number of participants were not members of the Monash community. What gave you that impression?
I don't know whether it was on the first day too. I can't recall that clearly, but within a relatively short period of time, we became aware that there were folks from outside the Monash community here. I'm talking not staff or students. With that, we became quite concerned about that by the end of the first week of the encampment.
Who did you understand the key organisers of the encampment to be at its outset?
Our student associations and groups, as well as from the social media posts, suggested it was a kind of a network of individuals around, largely but not exclusively, around Students for Palestine. Our student association, Islamic Student Society and Arab Student Society all said that they were not endorsing the encampment, and they too had the same understanding as us in terms of who was organising.
So just to confirm that the Melbourne Students Association and the Melbourne Islamic Students Association both said that they had nothing...
The Monash.
Sorry. I apologise.
That's right.
The Monash Students Association.
That's right.
I see. And you understood that the organisers of the encampment had certain demands, as you set out at paragraph 335. They include disclosing all connections with Israel and arms companies.
Yes.
And breaking all ties with Israel and any contracts with weapons companies.
Yes.
And rescinding and apologising for what was described as the shameful statement made by the university on 10 October that I referred to earlier.
Yes.
What was the nature of that statement that was made on 10 October?
That was a statement issued by the interim Vice-Chancellor at that time, in essence, in response to October 7th.
And that statement included text that you set out at paragraph 299, that Monash University is saddened by the ongoing Israel-Hamas conflict and recognises the deep impact of the worsening violence on communities, and that we were especially disturbed by the attacks on civilians by Hamas and condemn the targeting of innocent people and non-combatants. We're also concerned for the civilians impacted by attacks on the Gaza Strip.
Yes.
And it went on, our thoughts are with those directly and indirectly affected by this conflict, including our staff, students, alumni, partners, their families and friends. We're working to support all students and staff impacted, and the health, safety and well-being of the entire Monash community is our priority. It included those statements.
Yes.
And what did you understand were the concerns or complaints about that statement?
I recall two main ones. They may not have been limited to these, that Palestine was not named specifically, and also the language in relation to the killings of Palestinians by Israeli forces was not called out strongly enough.
I see. I understand. How did you respond to those concerns?
We heard those concerns. We understand that language matters. We understand that that was very important to a number of those groups, and we could see how that affected them. It was simply just very difficult for the university when I think the university had attempted absolutely in good faith to be able to capture the hurt and the harm that everyone was feeling at that time, and it was a very challenging circumstance.
You note that the encampment involved rallies from time to time?
Yes.
And at its peak it had about 40 tents?
Yes, at its peak.
What you describe as a turning point was a post on Instagram made by some organisers of the encampment on the 4th of May 2024,
Yes.
and that included the sentiment that Zionists were not welcome on campus.
That's right.
How did you respond to that Instagram post?
Yeah. I believe we saw the post. It was also brought to our attention by a number of staff and students. And what we had to contend with is, in a university environment, how do we assess what moves from offence to harm? And we looked at that, and we could see the impact that that was having on many of our students and staff, who had, and what I had come to learn, there are many different relationships with Zionism and the way it's understood and the way colleagues and students identify. And at the time, I spoke to a range of folks, lawyers, hate speech experts and similar, and while they all made their contributions, in the end, what we were left with was understanding how do we, in a real everyday context of a university where academic freedom must be paramount, how do we make sense of that? And how we made sense of that is we asked ourselves the question, how does it go from offence to harm? And the assessment we made is that when a group within the university can reasonably suggest that by virtue of identifying in that way and being part of the group, that they feel vilified or harassed in the form of being told that they're not welcome on campus, then we made a judgment that had moved from offence to harm. And we recognised that this is a judgment.
You mentioned earlier academic freedom. I just wondered, in balancing the competing interests in terms of this particular post, is the concern so much about academic freedom, or is it really about freedom of speech?
So I should have said we're kind of trying to, you're trying to hold both of those, and really what you're contending with is where are the justifiable limitations in a real community with real people, not as a legal abstract argument. And we made that assessment.
And you asked Meta to take that post down?
We did.
And they complied?
They did.
How quickly did they comply?
Within days, which we were enormously surprised. Well, I was enormously surprised by. I wasn't expecting that response. I would also say that another group at that time described the student protesters in a way that we also regarded as unacceptable, and we asked them to take that down, and they did take that down.
You asked Meta to take that down?
No, that wasn't Meta. We actually asked the organisation, and they did.
I see. You later made a statement to the university community in which you said the university would not tolerate thinly disguised anti-Semitism. Was that a reference to the statement we've just been discussing?
Yes.
And why do you consider that statement to be anti-Semitic?
My understanding is that it is neither accurate nor appropriate to simply equate Jewishness with Zionism. And I think the shorthand that was being used fell into a way of describing that, which I believe was anti-Semitic and would be seen as anti-Semitic not just by Jewish students and staff, but I thought by the university.
Was another vice of that phrase, in your opinion, an assumption that all Zionists support the conduct of Israel in Gaza?
Yes, I think that's reasonable. Or I think it could be reasonably concluded.
From time to time throughout the encampment, you receive reports of certain chants being made, including from the river to the sea and referring to Intifada.
Yes.
And you say that on the 9th of May, a university official advised encampment organisers that any reported use of those phrases would be investigated by the university, and if deemed vilifying hate speech would be referred to student misconduct processes.
Yes.
You supported that action, I
yes.
take it? And why did you support it?
There had been increasing what I would call atmospherics of hostility on campus, and we needed to calm things down. We needed to consider the way that this was impacting on the operation of our campus, and we needed to consider the ways that it was impacting, particularly on Jewish staff and students. I was particularly concerned, but I was actually also concerned on the broader atmospheric, the cumulative impact that it was having. And it was reasonable at that time to say, on balance, it is appropriate that we offer you those warnings, that we will investigate, and that there are consequences if it is found to breach.
Around that time, you also received a letter from Victoria Police in relation to encampments across all Victorian universities.
Yes.
Did you see me ask questions of Professor Davis about that letter the other day?
Yes, but you might like to remind me.
That's all right.
There were a lot of questions.
No, I'm also just wanted to check whether you were still familiar with the content of that letter or whether you'd like me to take you to it.
Maybe you could take me to it if that's all right, thank you.
So, it's referred to at paragraph 360 of your statement.
Yes, I have it here.
And so there, the Deputy Commissioner of Victoria Police wrote to you, amongst other, wrote to the Chancellors of all Victorian universities, I think, but you saw a copy of the letter at the time.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm pretty sure it was CC'd to me.
Yes, it may well have been. Victoria Police expressed its concern that a number of protesters on university campuses are not students at those universities and are inflaming tensions.
Yes.
And the Deputy Commissioner strongly encouraged you to ensure that people not associated with the university were not allowed to join or remain on campus as part of the protest groups.
Yes.
And it also assessed a likelihood of, to summarise, significant public risk flowing from encampments.
Yes.
And I'll come back to the measures you took in due course in dealing with the encampment, but did this letter cause you concern at the time?
Thinking back on it, I actually wonder whether we were partly the cause of that letter. We'd actually identified a few days prior to that, because of work with Victorian Police on campus, they'd identified a number of individuals which they made clear to us. They regarded them, well, they identified them immediately as not being part of our community, and they were individuals of concern to Victoria Police. Victoria Police gave us very clear advice in relation to that. Those individuals were issued with what we refer to as exclusion notices. So I suspect we probably started that process on either the 6th or 7th of May. Those exclusion notices basically withdraw permission for individuals to be on our campus. So campuses are open, anyone can come on, but if you ask them to leave, they need to leave, and if they refuse, you can refer them to Victoria Police. We worked with Victoria Police on those, and in actual fact, I think we served 7 in total, and I believe 2 were to particular individuals that were identified specifically at that time by Victoria Police, and Victoria Police served those exclusion notices on our behalf.
Obviously you formed the view that you had the power under your relevant rules and regulations to do that.
We did have the power.
Yeah. You referred earlier to some changes that had been made to rules and regulations following October 7. Was this one of them, or had this power been in place well before?
That power was an existing power. The key change we made after the encampment was to expressly prohibit encampment structures being set up of that nature. I think the power you mentioned we clarified post encampment, but it was always there.
I see. And so also. At a certain point, you say the Executive Director of Campus Community Division issued a general directive withdrawing permission from all members of the public being in the Monash precinct if their purpose was to engage in protest activity.
Yeah, that was done, I think, slightly later, but signs were put up around the campus saying that, yes.
That was after the letter was received from Victoria Police?
Yes, that would have been after that, yeah. So exclusion notices beforehand, signs up.
I see. And then the university also conducted ID checks of those involved at the encampment?
Yes.
And that was for the purposes of determining who were staff and students and who weren't?
That's right.
With a view to action being taken against those who were not staff and students?
That's right.
So as to then issue a directive to them to leave, is that correct?
Yeah, look, we've been very conscious, actually, from very early in the encampment, both protesters and indeed on occasions counter-protesters had been calling the police. And so we were very conscious of actually how can we do this as best we can, and the ID checks became part of that work.
And you had the assistance of police from time to time in enabling the removal of people who are identified not to be staff and students?
I think those that we requested to leave, to the best of my knowledge, left peacefully. We did not need to engage in, have the police assist the removal, to the best of my knowledge.
The Vice-Chancellors from other universities who've given evidence to date, some of them expressed a real concern that if they tried to intervene, they were worried about an escalation to violence. Was that a concern of yours at any point in time?
It was a deep concern. We'd watched what happened in US universities. We were trying to work out how do we manage this well and do all the things that are important to a university, and how do we keep our people safe, and how do we go about the business of the university all at once. So we were deeply concerned about how we could do that as peacefully and as quickly as we possibly could.
There was also some disciplinary action taken against some leaders of the encampment who were believed to have breached university policies?
Both, yes, some of the protesters and some counter-protesters, that's right.
I see. And that action was taken during the period of the encampment?
Yes, it was.
And
well, it certainly started during the period. I don't think it was
perhaps
concluded during the period. Yeah.
These things can take time, as you observed. The numbers declined at the site, you say, rapidly between 15 and 16 May?
That's right.
Why do you think that is?
I think it was probably for a range of reasons. We have always been enormously committed to ensuring that people can protest freely and peacefully, but the encampment had brought, I think, a level of hostility that was unacceptable in any ongoing way to us as a university. So we had worked really hard with student organisations, with the police, with our community to be able to do that as well as we could. We did not seek to use any special powers. We simply used the policies and procedures that we had, relied on the expertise that we had, relied on being able to make the decisions that we could, and to do them as fairly and as reasonably and as quickly as we could.
By 17 May, the small number of students remaining at the site asked Monash Security to assist them in packing it up. Is that right?
And we obliged.
We discussed earlier the demands that were made by the encampment leaders, but you say that Monash had a firm policy of not directly negotiating with the organisers. Why was that policy adopted?
Our student association, so by way of explanation, each campus has a democratically elected student association. They are the associations which clubs and societies are recognised and affiliated. That's where the funding goes through. Student associations, they are the ones that, to us, represent the voices of our students. So we directed the student organisers to take up their concerns with the MSA, and that we would work with the MSA in response to those. And the demands of the protesters were not brought to us by the MSA at that time.
You note in your statement that Monash's approach to dealing with the encampment was characterised by deep listening, which is a phrase that a number of Vice-Chancellors have used in their statement. What does it mean to you?
It means listening to more than any one group. It means listening to even the things you don't want to hear. It means, most importantly to me, it means believing. It means believing students when they tell you of their safety concerns and of the harm and of the hurt. And it means listening with an intent to do something about it.
And how regularly were you meeting with the Monash Jewish Students Association or the Australasian Union of Jewish Students during the period of the encampment?
Yeah. Probably have to go back to my statement to give you the details on that. A lot of the formal meetings at that stage went to the Deputy Vice-Chancellor in Education and the Executive Director of Student Safety and Security. However, I was kept abreast of those. From time to time I'd be involved in some of those. I was part of some scheduled meetings during that time, but there was a lot of communication. There was also, I should note, a lot of communication with the Islamic Student Society and Arab Student Society as well.
And was that dialogue important in your view in managing the encampment period?
It was really important, and I should say that whenever senior leadership met with either Monash or met with the Islamic Student Society or the Arab Student Society, the MSA attended both lots of those meetings, so the MSA had full visibility of all discussions with all groups.
You note at paragraph 391 that you acknowledge that not every decision you made was flawless during that period. Do you have particular decisions in mind that you look back on now and wish you'd done a bit differently?
Look, I'm sure there are various ones. I think that we wrestled over and over with many decisions. We wrestled with them, we thought a lot about what were the principles at stake, what are the principles that we needed to live, but also what did we need to do in that moment to look after our people. And it was always about how do we constantly balance that, not in a time of usual everyday business, but of time of what was really heightened conflict. And what was, I think, really disturbing during that period, this was a conflict between students. This was not a protest, in essence, or wasn't, I don't believe, experienced as a protest between protesters to the university or protesters to the government, well, that may have included it. But for students, it felt like it was an inter-student conflict. And I think that's something that I certainly take with me from that period as being some of the most regrettable aspects. And of course, any decision that I didn't make in time that in any way compromised the security, the safety of my students and staff, well, then they're decisions that I wish I could have made differently.
And do you accept that the encampment, while it was in place, did have an impact on the safety of Jewish staff and students?
Yes.
In what sense?
Jewish students and staff reported being abused when they went past the encampment, feeling targeted and vilified. They talked about how that changed their behaviour, about what parts of campus they went to or coming to campus at all.
You refer to a review that was conducted by Mr. Christ, former Deputy Commissioner Regional Operations of Victoria Police and a former Victorian Emergency Services Commissioner, and that review was that commissioned by you?
Yes.
To review the university's approach to the encampment period.
That's right.
And it identified a number of positive findings, which you've set out at paragraph 41, but also some key learnings for the future.
What paragraph are you at?
I'm at 401, and I particularly wanted to address you to paragraph 402, which set out key learnings. And they included first the need for communications to consider all community cohorts explicitly, including staff, students, alumni, and it goes on. How have you addressed that recommendation?
The primary response, there's two areas there that I note. The second part, which was really about just improving our protocols, clarifying pieces, that's already been done in the kinds of things that I've already referred to in my evidence. The second piece I'm grateful we haven't had to put into play because we haven't had something similar to that. But what was really apparent during that time was that if you like, that broader Monash community, we, alumni partners, stakeholders and so on, they were getting their information secondhand. And so one of the learnings was it'd actually be much better if we were also able to speak directly to them about what was happening at the university, how we were thinking about it and how we were going about it. So it was really just because otherwise what we were getting is we were getting a lot of communication from those folks, but we weren't actually communicating as well with them as we could or should have been.
You note in your statement that the encampment was a watershed moment in Monash's history that profoundly affected campus cohesion. How did it affect campus cohesion in your view?
Well, I'm reluctant to say this. I am aware that at the time there were many members of our community who didn't quite realise it was going on. But for those who did, and those who went through the campus, and particularly for Jewish staff and students, a place where they had felt welcome and safe and very much part of our community had been unsettled. And indeed for some, I'm sure it was damaged. What we realised also is that we had members of our community not just carrying very serious concerns about their safety, not just serious concerns about how they felt they were being treated or represented, talked about. We also, it wasn't limited to Jewish students. We also had Muslim and particularly Palestinian students who were carrying enormous trauma and pain. One of the things that I'm very conscious of is rarely does fear and prejudice hold to one group. We had groups of students who were very worried about reprisals or were worried about how they could be treated, in reverse. So we're holding a lot of people on different sides of a very large conflict, of very great tension. And I was enormously conscious that the encampment was one thing, but what you're trying to do is not just bring a hostility to an end, you're trying to actually build an alternative. And a university should be an alternative to that. It should be a place where people's very different lived experiences, their different, political or ideological disagreements can indeed be played out, but they should not be mistaken for hostility towards one another. And you can't leave that just sit in an absence. You have to actively build the conditions for people to be able to find common ground, not to force an agreement, not to not talk about these very important pieces, but actually to ask ourselves, are we actually living up to everything that we want to be as a university to be able to have those conversations, have those disagreements, and have those disagreements well?
You've referred in your statement to some of the lessons that have been learned about complaints handling arising from the university's experience with anti-Semitism on campus, particularly since 7 October, one of which is an over-reliance on formal complaints mechanisms, and I think you've already given evidence about why you take that view. You also referred to the need for a strong culture and informal ways of surfacing issues. How have you achieved that? Is that by the escalation process that you referred to earlier?
I see that as ongoing work. I don't think that is work that is complete. First and foremost, for that to be successful, you do have to be able to surface those issues. People need to have confidence that in raising them in those ways, they're still going to be taken enormously seriously, and action is actually taken. But what you're actually looking to do is to, I don't want to say solve in the moment, but solve as close to the moment as you can, in a way that not only solves for that moment, but prepares the ground for how we go forward. And that's what that is really about. What we've recognised is that can't just be if you like, an incident response team that responds to it differently to a formal complaints process. That actually has to be a kind of a preventative effort. And how I think about that is that, we've put a lot of time and a lot of effort into developing up some really significant programs, which are about how do we have constructive disagreement? How do we support our colleagues and our students to create environments in classrooms where you can disagree and you can disagree robustly? But it doesn't have to rely on making people feel unwelcome or singled out or vilified or scared.
You talk about disagreeing well. Is the Brave Conversations initiative at Monash University one aspect of that you support?
That's right. So at the end of the encampment, we put together work around what we call a campus cohesion project, which is really made up of a whole number of pieces of things, including actually developing a much stronger evidence base. We were relying on a lot of evidence which was, while important and I think pointed to the issues, it really doesn't pass muster in terms of what a university would regard as methodological quality. That doesn't mean it's not important, doesn't have a role to play, it certainly does. But one of the things that we wanted to do is really ask ourselves with some rigour what is actually happening within our community, and then what we of course want to move to is a process by which we're able to assess whether the kinds of things that we do actually work and have an effect. That's the hard bit. There were two really big pieces that I saw as part of that were really significant. One was the development of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia training. And that anti-Semitism training was really critical for university leadership, but in particular a lot of frontline staff that do a lot of face-to-face work and immediate work with students. But the second big part of that was around Brave Conversations, and that's led by two colleagues, a Jewish colleague and a Muslim colleague. And really what it's about is, I think, thinking about the great core purpose of a university, which is the contest of ideas. And it's about saying, how do we have that contest of ideas, what I think of as academic freedom? How do we have that contest of ideas and make sure that everyone feels that they're in the contest, that they're not excluded from the contest, and that the contest is not a club of only people that all have a single view? And so Brave Conversations is about saying, how do we approach that contest of ideas with curiosity, particularly with people that disagree with us? How do we think about the rigour that we bring to it? How do we think about the lived experience we bring to it? How are we willing to see that human in front of us, that student, that staff member? And maybe we are from ideologically, politically opposing camps which shall never be reconciled, perhaps. That does not mean there cannot be a robust exchange of ideas where people can walk away from, participate in, and feel that that is a good and reasonable experience. It's that piece around, we can't protect people but for being shocked and offended. But I think my ambition for academic freedom and quality of intellectual debate is more than that baseline.
Coming back to complaints mechanisms and accepting they are just one piece of the puzzle, you identified a few other, what you describe as shortcomings in Monash's complaints process, and that included multiple avenues for complaints which confuse students and staff about where to go. How have you addressed that?
So, I think you've heard this from a lot of other people, so we were not dissimilar to others. Really looking at how do you get a big knowable front door for your complaints, but also how do you make sure complaints, no matter where they come from, get to the right place? How do we make it as easy as possible for people to fill out the form, get a response, to feel like it is progressing well through? So that was, that's first and foremost. Our systems were too manual, they were too duplicated. There were better ways for which we could bring things together. That's still it's an ongoing process for us at the moment, but we will continue to improve those. I've taken, as I said before, I've spent a lot of my life dealing with gender-based violence. We've really looked at the way in which we report around that, particularly both our reporting to governance and public reporting in that regard, and we've really taken a number of learnings for from how we do that.
Did you observe the evidence given by Paris Enton the other day?
I did.
Have you read her statement as well?
I have.
She describes a number of events, one of which goes back to that incident in 2021 where she encountered students from a certain group on the way into the university. I take it you agree that the conduct that she says they displayed towards her is unacceptable?
Yes.
She then made a complaint to the university and you saw that ultimately the university's response was, look, on the balance of probabilities, essentially we have your word, we have the word of these other students, and we can't be satisfied that this happened. Yes? You're aware of that?
Yes, sorry.
You can imagine the frustration that she felt in that circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't think anybody's suggesting that we should do away with the standard of the balance of probabilities, but does that scenario demonstrate for you perhaps why the complaints process isn't the total answer, and we do need to be focusing on addressing this sort of conduct in a preventative way rather than a reactive way?
I don't think there could be a more compelling example for that, and I think I look at the various things that we've done to improve complaints processes that speak to Paris's experience, which is the absolute opposite experience that we want students to have at Monash. And I think about all the ways that we've improved those complaints processes that that I think are really important in considering her experience and indeed the experience of others. But I think it also does speak to that we can't simply go to a complaints process if we really think we're going to get the change. And I think therefore we've got to have multiple tools in our kit to be able to be effective.
She also gave some evidence of a more recent event of certain conduct of other students on a tour overseas, which included visiting Auschwitz. I take it you'd accept that the conduct of those students that she described is also unacceptable?
Yes, I do.
And she said that she raised it with the tour leaders who dealt with it well. What sort of steps is Monash taking to address conduct of that kind within its student body?
Yeah, so I think there are kind of two things that I would probably say to that. First and foremost, there are there've been a range of enhancements, particularly pre-departure and similar, that have been undertaken with students before they go. That extends beyond what was in place at that time. I also recognise how outstanding colleagues were in that circumstance, and I've spoken to the colleagues involved, and they've also explained what they did, and it was remarkable what they did, and I'm very grateful for the work that they did there. But we need the work in any one incident to sit within a broader cultural piece as well. As I said before, you can't deal with it incident by incident. And so I think the work that we've done, for example, around Brave Conversations is really important. So at the end of last year, start of this year, nearly 1,000 academics had undertaken that work at Monash. And I would make the observation it's not easy to get academics to undertake professional development. We expect that it will be in excess of 2,000 by the end of this year. That makes a difference. It makes a big difference when you actually support your academics to think about how do we do this well, how do we respond with curiosity, how do we respond in a way that takes people in before us closer to us in relation to understanding why something is being experienced in that way, what that effect is having, and giving them an opportunity to reflect and consider on what that is like. Not in a way of punitive judgment, and again, I do say there is a place for punitive judgment, but we're dealing with 18 to 21-year-olds, largely. If we can get this right with them, then we stand a chance on social cohesion, and that's where our focus is.
You set out in your statement the anti-Semitism training program that's been developed by the Australian Centre for Jewish Civilisation, and while I'd like to talk to you about that, we're calling Professor Sluky tomorrow, so I might talk to him about that instead for reasons of time, if you don't mind.
Cool.
Can I finally ask you about the university's definition of anti-Semitism and the extent to which that's been incorporated into its policies and procedures?
Mm-hmm.
So in February 2023, the academic board approved the Monash anti-racism statement.
That's right.
And a footnote in that policy explains that Monash has adopted the IRA and the Universities Australia definitions, and that these are used as a guide to understanding anti-Semitism. Is that right?
Well, they were done at separate times.
Yes.
So the IRA definition was adopted with the clarifications in February 23. The UA definition was added later.
Yes. But that's what the policy says. The footnote explains that Monash has adopted both.
Yes, so the footnote in that document it's actually in the body of the EDI policy, which is the parent policy.
I'm coming to that in a minute. Of course, the anti-racism statement otherwise makes clear that Monash is striving to ensure its communities are free from racism and rejects all forms of racism and the like.
That's right.
So that's the reference to the definitions in that document. But
yes.
If we come to Monash's equity, diversity and anti-discrimination policy. Is that the one you were just referring to?
Yes. Yes.
That policy says that it operates in conjunction with the anti-racism statement.
That's right.
And goes on to say that the university rejects all forms of racism.
Correct.
And goes on to say, paragraph 2.3, the university rejects any form of direct or indirect racial discrimination, racial vilification, racial harassment, including but not limited to anti-Semitism, Islamophobia or xenophobia. Correct?
That's right.
And then it says, in understanding anti-Semitism, the university is guided by the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, noting the clarifications, and the UA working definition.
Correct.
And then you say in your statement that the student and staff codes of conduct incorporate the IRA and UA definitions by reference to the code's reliance on both the anti-racism statement and the equity diversity policy I've just mentioned.
That's right.
Okay. And you're of course aware that in Professor Craven's report he described a sector-wide failure by universities to adopt a definition of anti-Semitism.
Yes, I am.
And one category of failure he identified was referred to as obscurity. So, for example, where it's difficult to trace a definition through different policies and documents. Aware of that criticism he made. Would you say that's a fair description of the series of policies that I've been to just now?
No, it's not uncommon for universities to have rather opaque ways of doing things. It's not limited to this. I think it could be more straightforward. It's something we're looking at the moment. However, what we were looking to do is to make sure that we had that in a place that was sufficiently clear, which it was. The anti-racism framework is a very significant piece of work. It was undertaken after the UA developed the anti-racism framework, so a not insignificant piece. It's a piece that we've been very clear about. We've engaged in significant conversations with our community. When we've taken those definitions to the academic board, they've been discussed thoroughly, and when we adopted IRA with the clarifications, there was a very significant discussion there, and if I remember correctly, it was adopted by some 97% of academic board. Definitions, as you have heard, exercise many people, but what we have tried to do is get them in the right place, recognising that definitions may change over a period of time, and so to consider where is the right place for them. We're taking a look at that at the moment in light of Professor Craven's report and asking, in essence, can we make those links a bit tighter? I disagree with his recommendation around where to put it at the highest, at the highest level. Other definitional work that I've done in my career again suggests that it is ideal to allow that capacity for definitions to evolve, and so putting them within the policy piece, I think, is a more appropriate place.
And in light of the new higher education standard that's just being published, requiring universities to have a definition of anti-Semitism, I take it the university will now be considering which of the definitions it adopts and choosing only one. Is it right?
That is what I expect. And to be frank with you, one of the reasons why we have held both definitions there is because we did anticipate at some point we would get direction from the regulator or from the government around what their requirements would be. And so in essence, there was a little bit of hedging your bets there because you had to wait for that. Now we've got that piece, we'll have a way forward, there'll be discussion, and we'll move forward in relation to that.
Have you formed your own view as yet as to which definition should be adopted, and which is that?
I would recommend the definition, the UA definition. That's for a number of reasons. Well, I think where we got to with the IRA definition was entirely defensible and understandable, and to be frank, has worked perfectly fine. I do understand how contentious that is for some people and the limitations that have been recognised. We also have looked at the Jerusalem Declaration as well and other pieces, and we've had experts look at that. However, if you think about the process that we've gone through to get to where we are, Monash already had IRA with the clarifications. We then had a parliamentary inquiry which made a recommendation that universities should get a definition that they agreed on that aligned with IRA. Universities got to work on that. They came up with the UA definition. Like any definition, they're not perfect. The advantage of the UA definition is it's been specifically designed for universities. It's been designed both to consider in relation to conduct and in relation to education. I think that it tackles some of the more difficult pieces for universities in there. And I think it's got the great benefit for universities that universities came together in direct response to a parliamentary inquiry and they got it done. And they recognised the strengths and limitations of other definitions. They leaned into the activity and they did it, and they did it well. And I think there's something very important if we are really serious around anti-Semitism, that we want to take the community with us. We want to take university communities with us. They need to take ownership. And I think that it's an example of them doing that.
Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you, Ms Hager. Ms Crafty.
Professor Pickering, my name is Crafty. I act for the mainstream Jewish communities and Gorgeous. Can I just take you to... well, sorry, before I take you to anything, I just want to establish a few things, if I may. Sure. You're aware in Australia there are around about 120,000 Jewish people. Mm-hmm. The vast majority of them recognise that Israel has a role in their liturgy, yes, in their heritage, for many their prayers, yes, and for many their religious rituals. Yes. The vast majority of Jews in Australia believe that Jews have a right to self-determination in their historical homeland. Yes. And many call that Zionism. Yes. Most Jews in Australia, if they were asked to label themselves, as they so often are, would call themselves Zionists. Yes. And amongst those Jews, there are a range of political views. Yes. A range of religious observances. Yes. Sorry, just for the transcript, I have to ask you to answer the question. Sexualities. Yes. Countries of origin. Yes. Including Israel. Yes. Poland. Yes. Morocco. Yes. Iran. Yes. Iraq. Yes. Russia. Yes. It's all right, I'm not going to go through it. Sydney. What is common to them, though, the ones we're talking about, is that they are Jews who feel a connection of some kind to Israel. Yes. So when the Jewish students and staff at Monash were told Zionists are not welcome on campus, the majority of your Jewish students and staff were being told in terms that they were not welcome on campus. That's right. And that was the real vice in that slogan, wasn't it? That's right. As you've said, Professor Pickering, Monash has the most Jewish students of any university.
We make that assumption. We don't record. No, but we've been running off that assumption for some time.
And I think the Jewish community broadly has assumed the same thing. So I'll ask you to accept that. Monash generally has dealt well with anti-Semitism on campus. Would you agree with that?
As best I think we can.
And racism more broadly?
I would like to think so. But I do stress this is not work that we think is done.
I understand. And that's a helpful observation for what it's worth. Under your leadership, Monash has introduced a range of programs to deal with both racism more broadly and anti-Semitism as well.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And more importantly, Monash has developed a culture that deals with racism head on. Would you agree with that?
I think that's our intention.
In your opinion, should it matter whether universities have lots of Jewish students or not as many as Monash in developing a good culture and a good set of practices in relation to racism?
Of course not.
Isn't it a question of leadership?
I think it's a question of many things. I mean, I'm enormously fortunate that colleagues across the university from a range of backgrounds, including Jewish backgrounds, have made extraordinary contributions over a long time to how the university thinks about itself, how it thinks about racism, how it thinks about anti-Semitism and so on. They're not, it's not recent. And when we went into that post-October 7 environment, I had this to turn to as a leader. I had colleagues across the university who were ready, who had deep expertise, who had deep commitment, and I think really importantly, an incredible commitment to work together. And I think that was absolutely crucial in not only how we thought about what we could do, but what we should do.
And with respect, Professor Pickering, harnessing all of that is a question of leadership. Do you agree?
Yes.
Because the truth of the matter is that when we're dealing with hard issues, as you are doing at Monash, where there's a will, there is a way.
I think you can't underestimate the importance of always being able to work very clearly with your students and your staff about the things that really matter to them. And in that, I'm talking about the principles that a university should always seek to uphold. To be that place of great, research discovery, to be that place of great educational transformation, and that recognition that everyone's got to be in on that. And we have to make that possible. And that means that there are some things that we've got to be, we've really got to think about, and we've got a number of, all universities have policies, various things in place. They have to be the bare minimum. And I do strongly believe we need to be more ambitious and realise that we can do more than that. It's much easier said than done. And it means that you do have to take some risks along the way. And some things you'll get right and some things you won't get right. But the opportunity, as far as I see it, for universities is actually to take that and lift that further and to get out of the zero-sum game, whether that be a zero-sum game between academic freedom and the safety and well-being of your people, or that being any other zero-sum game.
Thank you, Professor Pickering.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Noel. My name is Noel. I appear for the Australian Academic Alliance Against Anti-Semitism. I have just 4 very specific things on which I'd be grateful for some clarification.
Sure.
The first is that which appears in paragraph 260 of your statement, dealing with course content issues.
Yes.
And you give an example where you tell us, reading through to page 262, that Professor Clemens told you what action would be taken and the issue would be recorded. I've received confirmation the actions were taken. I wonder if you could share with us what the actions were, please.
I think I've understood your question. It's just a little bit hard for me to hear you then, but I think you've asked me what actions were taken.
Yes, you told us actions were taken, but I couldn't work out what they were.
I'm just going to remind myself of the case and come back. From my recollection, what is in paragraph 261 describes the outcome of that. I don't recall any additional outcomes to that.
Would it be possible to advise the Commission and us?
Of course.
Find out? Thank you so much. The second area I would be grateful for some assistance with, please, is under the heading reprisals, which you mention at paragraph 155. And the question asked is what arrangements are in place to ensure that complainants aren't subject to reprisal action? And you've been kind enough to say that there is a process, but I'd be grateful if you clarify what the process is, and I'll give you a sense of background so it's not surely in the air.
Sure.
Within our academic group, about 250 academics, there's a significant number of Monash,
Yes.
and funnily enough clustered in 2 schools. And
Sorry, I'm just
they are
finding it.
clustered in 2 schools.
Thank you.
Where we are being told in confidence, we can't name names, I'm not identifying the schools, that because of the politics within their faculty, they feel they cannot raise their voice because they'll never get promoted.
Yeah.
How do we protect that?
Okay. So I think this is an important piece, to raise. That I think that perhaps going back to Ms. Crafty's response, I think there are questions of leadership there that we need to contend with, make sure it is very clear that one's politics or one's ideology are not subject to any form of discrimination or prejudice, which would indeed go against the policies and expectations, not just of the university, but I do suspect against the law.
So is there, for example, a method of communicating to particular schools to say, look, this is something you've got to be very careful about?
Oh, absolutely. And I think part of the work that is led by both the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Education and indeed by the Provost has been active in that regard.
Thank you. I've provided to communicate that. The last area I want to address with you, please, is one aspect of the Universities Australia definition, and I'd be grateful for your view on how it works.
Sure.
The definition attaches to conduct which impedes Jews' ability to participate as equals in educational, political, religious, cultural, economic or social life.
Yes.
The law, unfortunately, and as a criminologist you probably remember this, has a debate between is that equality of opportunity or equality of treatment, and asking equal with whom. Have you formed a view about how that will work?
I haven't formed a view that would be sufficient for your legal mind, I am sure. But I think it would be the way that we would think about a definition such as that, it would be less than in a purely legal form.
Right.
It would basically be to say, is it reasonable for our staff members or students, whether they are the target of that anti-Semitism or not, that they would make a reasonable assessment of what is equal. And I think that is how I would go with that, rather than a strictly legal reading.
Thanks, Rach. And can I just use an example that you mentioned a little earlier? Jewish people walking past a group of other students who begin haranguing them with slogans.
Yes.
Is that conduct which would impede their ability to participate in university life?
I think that it is difficult for me to answer that in the abstract.
Right.
But what it would be, I think the definition is sufficient for us to be able to consider that, to make the necessary inquiries and to reach a judgment in relation to that.
The last question, please, and then I'll take my seat. If a staff member, in fact, a couple of staff members, are attending faculty meetings where the discussion is, what shall we do about the genocide? And one puts their hand up and says, can't we debate what constitutes a genocide first? And is told, that question's already decided, let's move on. That was a Jewish person, they felt shut down, they haven't raised their voice again. How do we deal with that one?
So I think perhaps some of the examples that I've spoken to previously around how do we think about creating environments where the most contentious topics can be discussed in a way that people do not feel excluded, unwelcome, or an example you give, shut down from that. I think our ability to be able to do that, and there may well be people that do believe that that is an open and shut case. That does not mean that the conversation for everyone is at an end. And I think there is an opportunity for us to think about how do we actually foster that broader environment, and the examples that I gave earlier to council assisting, I think, speak to that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Can I start by just clarifying, I should say, my name is Doyle, as you've just read out with APAN. Start by clarifying something in relation to the composition of your student body. Your statement says, and I think it's notorious, that it's a large student body, 90,000 around the world. And as I understand something you said to Ms Crafty a moment ago, you assume that Monash has one of the largest Jewish populations. Paragraph 16 of your statement also says, and one of the largest Muslim populations of any Australian university. I understand that you used the word assume because there's no data collected in relation to either of those cohorts.
That's right.
All right. Are you able to say, though, in light of that total of 90,000, the numbers of your students who are Muslim and or Palestinian, they number in the thousands, do they not?
So certainly Muslim would. I don't believe Palestinian would.
No, fair distinction.
I suspect that would actually be a very low number.
Fair distinction. Now I want to ask you about two events during the encampments of which you've given evidence. Now, your witness statement refers to two things that you describe therein as counter-protests. You weren't taken to this earlier, but I want to just draw out some features of those two events. And no need to go to these paragraphs, but they are at 339 and 349 of your statement. The first relates to an event on the 1st of May 2024, which in fact you identify as the first night of the encampment. And you explain in your statement that on that night, a group of people, you say about 13, people you describe as counter-protesters, most understood to be non-students, attended the encampment.
That's right.
You then give a fairly anodyne description of what happened. You refer to those people having played music loudly, apparently intending to wake the people in the encampment, and you do say they damaged property.
Yes.
I want to unpack that a little. It became understood, didn't it, in terms of reports made to the university, that the group included middle-aged men, and there was a fair degree of certitude that a number of them at least were non-students.
Yes, that's right. That was a concern to us straight away. Yes.
And that some were perhaps students.
Yes, I think that's right. We were particularly concerned with the non-students at that time, especially it was the first day, so
yes.
it was a very worrying development at the time.
Yes. And the loud music that was played, was it brought to your attention that one of the pieces of music played was a song which contained lyrics, including these words, "Prayers will not help you, seed of Amalek. There is no forgiveness for swarms of rats. They will die in their rat holes." Was it brought to your attention that the song included that biblical reference, seed of Amalek?
I don't know that it was the specific phrases brought to my attention, but I was absolutely aware, and this is part of the reason we were particularly concerned at that time, that it was deeply offensive, provocative.
And did you know then, or do you know now, that it in fact is a callback to words uttered by Benjamin Netanyahu in October 2023, where he, in a joint statement with the Defence Minister, and something that was intended to be heard by the IDF, he said, "Remember what Amalek did to you," and that therefore those who heard it would connect it with that statement of Netanyahu.
No, I wasn't aware of that, but I understand that now.
And you understand now, do you, or perhaps even then, that this, what you described as a counter-protester event, was in fact a pro-Israel event?
Sorry, the counter-protest was...
Yes, had a pro-Israel character?
Yes, I do. That's right.
And you said property was damaged. It was property of those who had set up the encampment. It was tents and the like.
I think marquees, from my recollection, but...
All right. And can I ask you, what steps did the university take, either on its own or with or without Victoria Police, to do anything about non-students and or students who were part of that counter-protest, as you call it?
So we did a number of things at that time, because that was, it happened on the first night. It was enormously concerning to us that there were outsiders coming straight away, so that had us on alert. So there were a few things. The police, I think, as I mentioned, were called. I think from recollection they were called by both those who were protesting, and I think they were also called by the university. We worked with the police. They brought in additional CCTV to be able to help identify anyone that would come in and do that. So we our concern at that stage was to then consider what can actually do in terms of those outsiders. I'd have to go back and check the records, but my best sense was it was then a little while until we saw a few days. And as I said before, I would suspect it was by about the 4th or 5th of May we'd advanced arrangements to start excluding folks and have those notices served. And I can't recall directly, but of the 7 exclusion notices, that's where we removed permission for people to be on campus. I do believe some of those were issued to counter-protest, but I'd have to go back and double check.
And you understand, don't you, that first night and those events were intended to and had the effect of causing fear in those who were located in the encampment who had experienced that incursion onto campus?
I would absolutely see it as forms of intimidation and harassment. There's no question of that.
And we'll deal with this one more briefly, but at 349 in your statement, you say unhappily on the 5th of May 2024, a similar thing happened, and this one you describe as a counter-protest raid. Can I suggest to you that was similarly something that involved students and non-students who came onto campus? Again, the way they conducted themselves made it clear it was a pro-Israel protest or a pro-Israel counter-protest?
Yes, that's right. And that would have been, I suspect that's the day that we were filing the documentation to be able to remove people that weren't members of our community and to make that much clearer and reflect that what we had.
And you would no doubt agree that that event, coming as it did only a few days after the first, was calculated to and had the effect of putting Palestinian and Muslim students on your campus in fear.
I believe it was certainly targeting the protesters at that stage, and I believe that would have also had an effect on Muslim and Palestinian students as well.
More broadly in your campus.
That's right.
When you were giving answers in evidence to Councillor Sistin, you said that it was an Instagram post on the 5th of May, one which included the word Zionists are not welcome.
Yes.
Which constituted the watershed moment for you, and the moment which catapulted what had been going on from offence to harm. You recall saying that?
That's right.
Why would not either of those two counter-protest something that equally struck you as something which moved this from offence to real harm?
Yeah, I think there's probably a couple of things, and it's not that they weren't watershed moments, but this was a very intense time and a time of heightened conflict. So to suggest that something was a watershed is not to diminish the effect of other actions or activities that were occurring at that time. I think the reason I spoke to the watershed piece in relation to speech is at that time there was an awful lot of attention given to what speech could be justifiably limited and what couldn't, and the way in which you could actually have that conversation and think about that within a university community. So I think that's why. I think what you're really asking there was really about how were we managing interpersonal hostility. This was face-to-face activity, as you rightly described. It was unacceptable. There was a range of other activities that were happening at the encampment. That was a really what I would describe as a high-octane time in that encampment. So we were working very closely with Victoria Police, very closely, to ensure that we were taking all necessary steps. We made very clear in all of our communications that we were concerned for people basically, what we called outside agitators on both sides. We were not being partisan in that regard. We were clear. Both sides were as unwanted as one another. So at that time, there are watershed moments, but that's not to suggest other things were not very important. And I guess we were probably at that time very busy actually getting the processes in place that we could take action.
You talked about speech. At 361 in your statement, they've set out a long letter, which I don't have time to read, but it's a letter that you sent to the student body and Councillor Sistin directed your attention to it. I just want to clarify something. That is a detailed, dense piece of information that went out to the student body, and I'm not criticising it on that basis at all, but what I wanted to clarify is there's no list in it of prohibited phrases. In fact, it carefully and in a nuanced way makes it clear that it's a question of balance. And to use a phrase that you've used often today, between looking at the boundary between what is offensive and what does harm.
That's right.
But there's no list of banned phrases or suspect phrases that either prima facie or per se constitute anti-Semitism, is there?
No, there's not.
Now, in light of that, I then want to take you to some advice, or two other pieces of evidence about advice. At 362 in your statement, and feel free to look at it, on the 10th of May, you recount that representatives of the encampment actually contacted the community division of your campus, seeking clarification about 3 terms: Intifada, River to the Sea and Zionist. They sought advice. And the university's response is set out in italics at paragraph 362 of your statement. I don't know if it's possible for that to be brought up by the court operator, but I'll keep going while that happens. And what's interesting, or what I want to understand, Professor Pickering, is this. The students explicitly sought advice about 3 phrases. An answer was given on Zionists. And you see the last paragraph in italics of the university's response. The university has sought expert independent advice on this specific content and wording that Zionists are not welcome. Pausing there, that seems to be a reference to the Instagram post spoken of. And our best judgment, based on that advice, is that this statement likely constitutes harassment and or vilification. From whom did the university seek advice?
So we sought advice both from legal advice, and we also sought advice from hate speech experts.
All right. And no answer was given to the students on the terms Intifada or River to the Sea, at least in this letter. Were they given an answer in any other written form, do you know, or is this letter what they got back?
I somewhat disagree with you there. I think they got an excellent answer. I thought they got an answer that's entirely appropriate.
Sorry, they weren't given a specific answer. But I agree with you. Instead, what they were told is, as per your earlier letter, quite rightly, it's always a context-specific issue.
You can understand why Vice-Chancellors are reluctant to use the word context in this regard, but you're quite right.
Yes. I didn't mean to criticise the absence of a reference to those phrases. Rather, what you were doing in this letter and the earlier one, or what the university was doing, was pointing out that, stripped of their context, we can't give you advice on those phrases. Is that a fair summary?
Mostly. I think that when you consider these pieces, what we're trying to do here is say to a group of young people, we need to consider this here. Now, I have particular views in relation to this, but as a university, we have to be able to very clear expectations and guardrails around. And one of the ways that we do that is we are able to signal that in actual fact, if you push too far, then we will need to look, and we will look very carefully, and that there are consequences for that, which I think is right.
Before we leave that advice, one final question. The advice that you sought and that you captured in relation to, in what you sent back in relation to Zionists not welcome, against what definition of anti-Semitism was that lined up? Do you know?
So at that time, we already had the IRA definition with the clarifications in place.
So it was not lined up against University of Australia's definition, or
the University of Australia declaration did not exist at that time. So we were yet to have the parliamentary inquiry, receive the request from the Parliament, or undertake that work.
I need to ask a point of clarification about the outcome of disciplinary action or investigation pertaining to the encampment. Now, there's something that you say about this at paragraph 387 in your statement, and in fact that's a paragraph with respect to which you very recently made a small amendment. Yes. And you'll recall that you added, or asked that be added, the word, see in the second sentence, you changed the numbers, I'm not critical of that, 10 findings of general misconduct. You introduced the word general.
Oh yes, sorry. Because we have 2 categories of misconduct, academic general misconduct.
Okay. And the students, perhaps I'll come at it this way, in light of this statement, 11 students were subject to misconduct proceedings. How many of those pertained to any conduct by them during the encampment on the launch?
Oh, they were all related to the encampment. That's what that's in reference to. And that student general misconduct findings relating to the encampment, yes.
And in relation to those 11, which, if any, of their conduct or the conduct that was investigated pertaining to them was determined to constitute anti-Semitism?
If I recall correctly, those offences were largely in relation to actions that were classified as things like harassment, vilification and similar. So I don't believe they were classified as anti-Semitism at that time, if I'm recalling correctly.
Right. And how many of them pertain to chants? Were any of the findings that a particular student had uttered a chant?
Not that I recall, but I'd need to just double check that. I'm not familiar in detail with all of them.
And were any of them findings that constituted a finding that a student had put up a poster, and the poster was the gravamen of the offence?
I'd have to check and come back to you.
Okay. You were asked a number of questions about, which also informed the statement you provided, about concerns brought to the university by Jewish students.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you to look at paragraph 73 in your statement?
Mm-hmm.
And there you're talking about your work with the representatives of student bodies and also other concerns that were brought to you. Can I ask you to drop down about a third of the way through that paragraph, and you'll see the sentence starts right over on the right-hand side. There's the word "as," capital A. As I understood what I was being told, the principal concern of Jewish students, while the encampment remained in place, was to be able to go about their studies.
Sorry, I've just lost
the screen. Is that able to be brought back up, please? And it was made bigger so that the witness could look at it. Partway through paragraph 73. Was to be able to go about their studies and access key parts of the campus without having to interact with or see the encampment, and that the encampment should not foster broader hostility or anti-Semitism. Just pausing there, at least some of the students' concerns as relayed to you were that some Jewish students said they did not want to see the encampment. Does that touchstone, or that complaint, cross the divide between offence and harm?
So I think about that in a few ways. So what, Jewish students were, again, as I said before, I just don't think we can overstate the impact that they had at the time, but there were a range of responses that Jewish students and indeed Jewish staff talked to me about at the time. For some, they just didn't want to have to go past the level of hostility, or the level of interaction was not what they wanted to experience. Some experienced very differently, that its very existence made them feel that it was very difficult for them to come onto campus. They even felt, very unsafe in that regard. So there was a broad spectrum of pieces. However, the longer it went, and particularly in some of those periods where there was quite heightened conflict, that became more acute.
Because when you talk about the contrast between offence and harm, or where one transforms into the other, when you were giving evidence earlier this afternoon, you said it does require a judgment.
Yes.
And I just want to ask you, though, in making that judgment, does your university make that judgment against things including the policies that university has, including those in relation to those that embody the French model code, those in relation to freedom of speech and academic freedom?
Yeah.
So that's one part of the judgment.
Of course. Yeah.
Another would be, as you've said a number of times, the duty to keep people safe.
Yeah.
Another would be the need to, or the next step would be to then consider how one ascertains what constitutes a harm. And can I suggest to you, that can't be an entirely subjective test, can it? Students saying, I have been harmed, will not always be the beginning and the end of the story, will it?
Oh, no, not at all. And I think that's a really interesting discussion, but there's a whole other piece that sits there that I think you should think about. When you think about the encampment, you're not thinking about it as an individual act of offence or harm. It's a series of acts and it's a series of interactions, each of which you may think about in that way. But what you're also thinking about is what is the cumulative impact of this on a community, and the ability of a community to be able to go about its work. And for us, that is predominantly research and education. And so that test, which I think is rightly one to think about when you're looking to justifiably limit particular pieces in particular demarcated contexts, is exactly the right piece. You're also dealing with a cumulative or a broader piece of the atmospherics. And so I'm having to consider both of those, if you like.
And you would consider both cumulative harm and the broader context if a Palestinian or a Muslim student brought to you their feelings of fear in relation to, and we'll just use the two examples we've traversed, in relation to two events during which there was a very intimidating pro-Israel incursion onto campus.
That's right, and that's why we engaged further with Victoria Police. We put additional CCTV in place. That was in direct response to some of that to some of those examples that you offer. We did take action on those, and that was the very start of us being very concerned with outside actors.
Question, please. No, first one question.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Hartley.
Thank you, Commissioner. So my name is Hartley. I appear for the Jewish Council of Australia. At 39 of your statement, you say that many Jewish students and staff have as central to their identity their relationship with Israel.
Yes, I do.
And earlier in your evidence, you said, however, that it's neither accurate nor appropriate to simply equate Jewishness and Zionism.
Indeed.
So, isn't it?
That's right.
And it reflects that for many Jewish students and staff, that relationship to Israel is not central to their identity. That's true.
That's right.
There are non-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionist Jews.
Absolutely.
Take it you don't survey your students on that question.
That's very interesting. We are looking at some work that will endeavour to do some of that. So I think that's an important part of the work that ACJC and others are doing.
As you sit there.
Oh no, as I sit here, no, that's right. No, I'm Vice-Chancellor. I'm very interested in research and very happy to talk about methodology all day.
Even if non-Zionist Jews were in the minority, that doesn't mean that they're any less Jewish. No?
Of course not.
And if the Jewish identity of non-Zionist Jews, I withdraw that, the Jewish identity of non-Zionist Jews deserves equivalent respect and consideration from Monash University.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Professor.
Yes. Yes, Ms. Hanscom.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name's Hanscom, and I'm here for Students for Palestine. There's a consistent theme in your statement that it's important to get people all together and work out where the areas of agreement and disagreement are and get to a solution.
Yes.
That's a fair characterisation of your approach.
That's right.
And that derives from your long background, restorative justice and similar.
Sure. Yes.
Well, the first thing you need is to know who's who. Do you agree with that?
I think that's reasonable, yes.
Your statement says Monash for Palestine established the encampment and continued to operate it. You believe that to be so?
That's my broad understanding, yes.
What's your source?
I think perhaps they wrote to me and said that they were the people that set up the encampment. I might be wrong. It might have been from social media posts, or it may have been from advice from staff. I don't recall exactly.
Well, my instructions are quite clear that Monash for Palestine did not establish that camp.
Oh, okay.
That my client established that camp.
Oh, I see.
And furthermore...
Okay, so Students for Palestine versus Monash,
which is a quite different organisation. I know you don't know that.
No, that's right. And then one of the challenges we have is neither of these organisations are registered through our student association, so it was very difficult to understand.
Well, it was only difficult because you'd made a policy decision not to talk to anybody who wasn't a registered club. Isn't that right?
We advise them that they should direct their concerns through the Monash Student Association. It's important to remember the Monash Student Association is the democratically elected group to represent students at the university. Our MSA is very clear with us. They represent our students, and we ask them to direct through that, as best I can recollect.
So do you reject my statement that that was a policy decision you took only to deal with registered clubs?
It was a decision. I wouldn't call it a policy, but we made a decision in working with the encampment. Although you should be, I'm sure you are aware that university staff worked with encampment organisers on a day-to-day basis around issues with the practical issues with the encampment, things like getting power, when they had security issues, the policing related issues. So there was very good, my understanding, interaction at that level. But in terms of, I think you're probably referring to in terms of their demands, was really about directing them through the MSA as the body. It's a bit like, when I think about it, it's a bit like working with the union at the university. When it comes to staffing concerns, it's very important that we work with the union. It's a very similar piece with the Student Association.
Well, not really, because your staff relations are determined by the enterprise agreement. There's no similar instrument that determines how you deal with clubs.
Oh, no, there is. There's an affiliation agreement that's required by our governing legislation and by the legislation of the Commonwealth. So
is it your evidence you could not deal with any entity that wasn't an affiliated club?
No, we decided on our best judgment that we should deal with the elected representatives and the registered clubs and societies of the university.
That was a decision. It wasn't a
no doubt about that.
It was not a constraint.
Well, once we've made the decision, it was a constraint, and we did.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And having made that decision, you until now in this witness box were unaware that the group to whom you ascribed various actions was in fact nothing much to do with the encampment, that is Monash for Palestine.
I think it's obviously been difficult for me to understand that, so I think what you're saying is probably reasonable if I've understood correctly.
Yes, and indeed you have ascribed to the organisers of the encampment the Instagram post of the 4th of May. With great respect to Miss Doyle, it was the 4th, not the 5th of May, the Instagram post.
All right, yes.
You have ascribed the posting to the organisers of the encampment, haven't you?
I'm sorry, could you... I don't quite follow.
I'll withdraw and rephrase.
Okay.
You believe, do you not, that the Instagram post was posted by the organisers of the encampment?
I can't recall whether we attributed it to the organisation of the encampment, but we attributed it to the social media presence that posted it, as best I can understand it.
So how do you relate the Instagram post to the existence of the encampment?
Well, it may or may not have been posted by the people in the encampment. I'm not speaking to that. It was posted at the time of the encampment. And I think that's the key issue, well, as I recall it at that time.
And my instructions are quite clear that that was not posted by the organisers of the encampment.
I think this is one of the issues that we run into, that you rightly identify when societies or groups aren't registered. We don't really know sometimes how best to engage or manage. So I think that's one of the issues that we have in thinking about different groups.
And when you talk about all of this having been resolved by your phrase, deep listening, that means deep listening to the people you were listening to, doesn't it? Not the other people you chose not to.
It's not that we didn't choose to listen to them, we just simply asked that they go through the student association as a way of doing that, which I do think is reasonable.
So is your proposition that before the university dealt with the people who organised the encampment, those organisers had to go and get themselves registered as a club?
Or at least be working with the student association in whatever way that was acceptable to the student groups at the time.
Did you make that clear at any point?
I believe we did. I do remember at the time there was a lot of interaction between university personnel and the encampment data. So I assume that there was ample opportunity. It's very difficult for me to go back to that time and recall with the specificity that perhaps you might be looking for.
Well, now, when you talk about university personnel, you're actually talking about security staff, aren't you?
Yes, but also it's not just security staff were there. So the Safer Communities Unit and similar, I wouldn't simply describe them as security, that they do have other functions in relation to student welfare and looking after the wellbeing of the campus.
This camp was there for nearly 3 weeks.
17 days, that's right.
Yes. Did you ever appoint a person to deal with the encampment?
Yes, there was head of security there. So the head of our security service there was there, yes.
Yes, that's what I said. Security staff was liaison from your point of view.
Yes, for the day-to-day management of the encampment.
Yes, and that was to do with logistics.
Largely, and looking after the, making sure that things were as good as they could be in the circumstance, whether that be, access to facilities or complaints and concerns or whatever that might be, whatever range that was.
I call that logistics, but we can have whatever word.
Sure.
What it wasn't to do with was the subject matter of the protest.
No, it's probably difficult to avoid, but yes.
So the security staff weren't liaising back to you. Nobody else was liaising back to you. about the subject matter of the protest?
No. As I mentioned before, we had a crisis management team set up that was established, and a small group there were charged with being able to make the day-to-day decisions. I was kept fully abreast of those and involved in the key decisions in relation to that. So there was quite a strong connection through there as appropriate. And from my recollection, advice was clearly given to make sure that they appropriately directed their concerns through the student association.
We're back to the student association. How long does it take to become affiliated? Do you know?
Dr. Hanson, I'm sorry, Jim.
No.
But Dr. Hanscom, where is this taking us? It seems to be a complaint about the liaison between the university and those organising the encampment, and that seems quite remote from the issues with which I'm concerned.
The Commission's terms of reference are directed to the notion of social cohesion. The notion of social cohesion inherently depends upon clear communication. Where this is directed is that in fact there was almost no communication between the university and the encampment about the subject matter of the complaints.
Dr. Hanscom, I would draw your attention to this. Term of reference D, the social cohesion term of reference, takes me back to the first three terms of reference,
I accept that.
all of which are concerned with anti-Semitism. If there's a complaint about the effectiveness of engagement between university staff and students protesting about a whole variety of things, including climate change, I view that as outside my purview.
This protest was not about things that...
I understand, Dr. Hanscom, but can we move to something...
I will move on. You've already said that the university accepts the French Model Code.
Yes.
And that means that you accept that statements which are opposed to the policies of the State of Israel are not necessarily, in any sense, anti-Semitic. The test is harm.
So,
do you agree with that?
I just need to reflect on your question a little bit, and I'd need to go back and just refresh myself in relation to the policy. I think my understanding is that there cannot be justifiable limitations on freedom of speech. Yes.
Yes.
Right.
So if somebody, I withdraw that. You say in your statement that you had asked the Federal Attorney General for advice as to whether from the river to the sea was hate speech.
So I didn't ask at the Group of 8 universities.
The Group of 8.
So
I beg your pardon.
That's one of our peak bodies. I recall they wrote to the Attorney General at the time to seek guidance on those phrases.
Did you ever get an answer?
I believe we did, yes.
And what was the answer?
The answer was, I can't remember in detail, but in essence declined to make a determination on those at the time.
So that didn't help?
No.
So you were back to the French Model Code for you to determine, does this cause harm?
Yes, among other things, yes.
And what do you regard as encompassed within harm as distinct from offence?
At a theoretical level?
At the level where you're asked to assess a particular chart.
Oh, okay, on chance. So I think my answer before to Ms. Doyle probably best, explains that we made very clear that if we received complaints about chance, we would investigate those. We would seek to understand the way in which they were used and why they were used and the effect that they had, and we would make a judgment on those in accordance with our policies, which includes our academic freedom and freedom of speech policies.
Hence the general advice back to the encampment to be careful as to what was said and obey the law.
We simply wrote back to the encampment, as I explained to Ms. Doyle, that that there are processes and there are consequences.
Yes, I don't think I have anything else. Would you pardon me for a moment?
Yes, by all means.
The Commissioner, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hanscom. Dr. Collins?
No, thank you.
No, Mr. Ryan. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor. You are excused.
Thank you.
And surprisingly, Mr. Hartley.
Not leave to cross-examine any of tomorrow's witnesses. In that light, might my client be excused from attendance tomorrow?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Hartley. And after a couple of long days, I'm pleased to give us an early monk, and I'll adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Short,